Incoming transmission.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the round of 8 here in the GSL. Interesting day, interesting set of players that we've got here. No Zergs today.
Yeah, nothing but Terrans and Protoss, and we are playing on the new patch with a new map pool. And I can't even remember, we were talking about this before we went live today, how long it's been since the last time the GSL map pool updated mid-season. But 5 maps came out, 5 new maps are coming in. The patch, I think, is maybe like less than 48 hours.
It's really new.
Old?
It's like fresh out of the oven. This will probably be a little bit more of an exploratory cast to see what the changes, I guess I should say, how the changes have impacted, how the players are going to approach the game. It's also kind of a unique opportunity for us to see in a competition like GSL how quickly the players will adapt. In some cases, you'll see players who won't even do that much to change their play. Maybe they'll stick with some of their older strategies, but we could be in for some surprises today.
Yeah, I mean, the pro players have had the PTR, the public test realm, to practice on for a while now, but not all the changes made it through. And still, in a preparation tournament like the GSL, we talk about how this is a different format from something like a DreamHack or an IEM, where it happens in one weekend because you need to prepare for every single opponent. And especially now that we're doing GSL every Thursday, you have a ton of time to prepare for your match. I mean, Maru played in Group A, it feels like almost a month ago, or maybe even was a month ago, like 3 weeks at least. He's had a lot of time to iron out his builds, to get ready, but now we have a new patch, we have new maps. Are you going to throw those strategies out the window? You're going to come in with something fresh out of the box?
I'm especially interested with the sentry change, and the fact that that does a lot of damage to shields. Obviously, this was to make the sentry a more viable unit, especially in the early game where you can create more strategies and openers. By the way, in a matchup where there are already a lot of different ways to open and play. But it does extra damage to shields now, so, they're very good against Archons, weirdly.
I saw a GIF of sentries going up against Archons. I don't know if it was, like, cost balance, but the sentries won, and I was like, this makes no sense to me.
It's really weird.
They have, like, +4, I think, damage versus shields, which is basically double. And they shoot pretty quick, so +4 on that gun is...
It reminds me of the Wings of Liberty beta, where the sentries were just actually really... I remember attacking a bunch of sentries with my Mutalisks, and they all died, and I was like, oh, okay, well, that's how strong that unit is now. Then they changed it. Yeah. By the way, if you want to come down and see our... Oh, no, sorry. This is actually for the support thing. My bad. I thought this was a ticket graphic. Guys, we need your support. Go to Patreon or donate Star Balloons to help out the GSL. The finals is going to be in the same studio that we're in now, the regular GSL studio. Actually, excuse me, finals and semifinals. Yeah. So do come down to that. That'll be starting at 5 p.m. For some reference, if you're watching this in not a Korean time zone, we normally start at 6:30 p.m. So about an hour and a half earlier. We got a bunch of new maps that we're going to be exploring here with the new patch. So definitely a dramatic shift in pretty much everything here for the round of 8 in GSL.
Yeah, it should be fun. I was playing around with these maps earlier, and it doesn't seem like they're completely different. I know that in the new patch, there are new tools in the kit for map makers, including something like Zerg rocks, which degrade over time and eventually just open up on their own. You don't have to destroy them, even though they are destructible debris. Towers and destructible rock towers, I think, can now also destroy mineral lines. Yeah. There are worker-only paths. There's going to be healing zones. None of that is really coming into play just yet in this new map pool, but I got to tell you, some of these maps, they're pretty crazy. At least one of them kind of felt like a 2v2 map when I was playing on it, where you have like a second base in your base and half the mineral fields are gold.
And let me tell you something.
It's crazy.
I might ruffle some feathers here, but I think we needed to get a little crazier with the maps. I think ASL started doing this a long time ago. Honestly, StarCraft 1 was doing this before StarCraft 2 ever came out. They had a lot of really kind of radical ideas. And look, some of these ideas, they might not be that great, and then we won't use that map again. But what if we unlock some new version of StarCraft 2 with some of these ideas that lets us enjoy the game more than we even did before?
One of the nice features of this map pool, too, is it is 9 maps. So when you're playing in something like a best of 3 in the GSL, if you're going through the group stages, it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 of the maps aren't good for your race in this specific matchup. You can ban those ones out. And even in the finals, you still have 1 map ban because it's going to be a best of 7. So there's a lot of strategy that's going to come down in the map drafting here as we take a look at the round of 8. Of course, Group A taking place today. Maru, Classic, ByuN, and Hero. Deep dive into TVP, which was the target matchup of the most recent patch, so it'll be interesting to see how this one develops. I think Maru definitely the favorite to advance from this group. He is looking so solid, and 10 GSL championship trophies.
So crazy.
I mean, Maru is doing the heavy lifting here.
You could say 10, but I mean, truly, it's Maru with the 7 that is insane. It's true that both ByuN, Hero, and Classic all did take 1. That's wild, man, how dominant Maru has been here.
Absolutely, man.
Especially as of late.
21st round of 8. Classic is 10, Hero is 10, ByuN is 8. He's been in almost as many round of 8s as these guys combined. It's pretty absurd.
It's pretty crazy. So, you know, TVP has been, in some respects, one of the shorter matchups, probably the shortest out of the non-mirror matchups that we have.
Oh, absolutely.
They did make some design changes with this matchup specifically in mind, so let's see if it actually gets longer or maybe even shorter, I don't know.
Yeah, the Cyclone power level's been shifted a little bit. It's not going to be as impactful in the early game as it was before because there is that delay between lock-ons. Widowmine also nerf. It's a little bit more microable. I even saw some people commenting on forums as Terran saying that in some situations it kind of feels like a buff because you can see the indicator, and say you're playing a TVZ, for instance, which we won't see today because it's all a TVP group, but you can kind of micro the Widowmine and easily see through the visuals what the sweet spot is going to be for the hit on a pack of Zerglings, for example. So I think it's a lot of fun. I like that change, being able to see exactly where the Widowmine is firing, a lot more easy, make it more readable, allow more micro on both sides. Should be some good fun. And Classic, he looked very strong in Group B, I must say. Both him and Stats busted out some wild PBZs. They were showcasing the mothership, I think, almost every single game that we saw in those ones. But PVT, it's a different matchup. Classic saying Terran doesn't need nerfs, but perhaps Maru does, as that is a difficult opening match to go up against the GSL GOATs.
Yeah, it's going to be cool to see what ideas Classic can bring here. Hero as well. You know, obviously Maru expected to get out of this group. You know, post-patch or pre-patch, he has just been the dominant force of the scene for now. But let's see, man. We do have these upsets that happen. This is going to be going into that best of 3 here. One where we want to see, with the changes from the patch, what is going to stand out, what's going to stay the same. I always welcome moments like this where we really get to both watch some great players play against each other, but also have a fresh take on the game because of these changes and new maps.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun. Alcyone, Oceanborn, and Ghost River, the new map. Should we go to a map 3? Let's get it started. Maru versus Classic here in the round of 8.
Okay, in the bottom left, we've got Maru. Top right, we have Classic.
I'm so curious what the openings are going to be, if we will see any deviations here. Maru, of course, heavily favored here against Classic. 29 and 16 offline, 27 and 10 online, the head-to-head match score between these two fellas. But you know, another one of those changes that I think a lot of people might be sleeping on, and I'm not sure if we're going to see it showcased today, is the fact that the Sentry, not only was it changed in PvP with the bonus damage versus shields, but also it lost its light armor tag, which was the main reason it would lose to a unit such as a Reaper. Oh, waited 5 long years.
Welcome.
To come to Korea and see the GSL. Welcome.
Nice, from Canada.
Simon Player, first GSL.
Good thing I'm good at flags, man. My flag game is on point.
If you don't know the Canadian flag is an American, I'm worried about you. I'm worried about you, Tasteless.
Yeah, I'm like, see that other one? That's the American flag. What do you got next?
But I'm curious to see if we will see anything like a Sentry first opening in these series, because the fact that the Sentry is going to be better at dealing with that opening Reaper, won't take any bonus damage. You know, getting that early hallucination scout, a lot of the things that Protoss players complain about in PvT, myself included, is that Terran really does have a wide range of builds and early harassment options they can throw at you. So early Sentry for hallucination might be a little bit stronger now given the change in the patch.
The worker range attack has been upgraded a little bit. This is something they seem to have taken from StarCraft 1. I think that's actually a good thing. I think there's been a lot of games where we see one worker trying to kill an SCV on a barracks in the middle of the map, and it just can't quite reach it.
I think it's actually been doubled from 0.1 to 0.2 range or something like that.
That's right.
It makes me wonder if we're going to see more Protoss players go for the instant scout in PvT, if that'll become more meta, because probe harassment already is very annoying in this matchup, you know? And actually, yeah, it's going to be a Sentry first here for Classic, so immediately going for it. I love this.
And so a lot of times when you get the Sentry, what this allows you to do is get the hallucinated Phoenix to scout. Let's see if it's going to be the plan this time around. We've got Adepts coming in here. The Nexus is going to finish up. The Command Center will finish at about the same time. It'll have to be relocated, so it's closer to the minerals. The probe blocked it earlier. Sorry, there are 2 probes waiting at the ramp?
I think he's fully saturated in the main
saturated
mineral line, and he's just waiting to bring him down. But
I'm just not used to seeing probes and Sentries sit there idly at the ramp. I was like, wait a minute, am I seeing this right? So there's that Phoenix that's going to come out. The Reaper can't jump up into the main because of the wall-in.
Orbital morphing here, the natural expansion looks like robotics facility actually going to be the tech of choice here for Classic. Another change that came through with the patches. I think it's either 3 or 4 seconds, or maybe like 3.5 seconds less build time on observers. And for a lot of players, especially at the top level, the amount of time that you're spending in your robotics facility training observers, training robotics units is critical. It's one of those structures that you dump pretty much every single chrono boost in once you're fully saturated.
Right.
And so the fact that you're shaving 3.5 seconds off of every single observer means you get your Immortals out faster, your Colossi out faster, all the better tech online, as we see a third command center, come down here for Maru, and Classic actually going right into the Stargate, following up that Robo. So no Twilight Council opening from him.
So the poke is going to come out here from the Terran. It's an early third command, Nexus here. And with this poke, I mean, you got to imagine Classic could be pretty vulnerable here. The Sentry's out. I don't know if it quite has the energy to use any spells here. The Reaper barely gets away. This control is insane here from Maru. What?
Oh, wow.
This is the greatest control I've ever seen.
Yeah, that Reaper just barely survived.
What?
Oh, the Stalker goes down, too. There's no shield battery here at the natural.
I can't believe how good Maru's controlled. This is wild.
I mean, the Cyclone's even packing less a punch because it doesn't have that same stutter step, but Maru just doesn't. It doesn't matter, man. He gets 5 probes. He gets a Sentry. He trades out the Reaper and a couple Marines.
That might have been the best control I've seen in the last couple seasons of GSL. Seriously, that was crazy how good that was.
Yeah, that was
There
insane
were so
value.
many things that were low on HP. It did not have to go that badly for Classic, but Maru just literally operating at 100%.
Yeah, that was
unbelievable.
Sick. Especially with the less microable Cyclone in the new patch, too, right? It just seemed like it didn't face him at all, as that Cyclone's going to get repaired back at home. Oracle now coming out here for Classic, not Phoenix straight away, so a bit of an interesting choice as the Robotics Bay goes down. A couple additional gateways as well. Was a little bit of a hiccup in the build, dealing with that early push coming out from Maru, but still the third base is up safely. His tech is fully coming online. And Maru, after that push, just happy to macro up at home. Double engineering bay going down, adding in a starport, additional barracks. So I think we're about to enter maybe a couple of minutes of quiet here in this game.
Yeah, things are going to slow down a little bit. Now, let's keep in mind, Classic, he took a little bit of a beating back there, but it wasn't like his third base was denied. He's still developing normally. The Colossi is going to come out here. Thermal Lance has just started. So by the second Colossus coming out, he should have that done. And we're going to need to see Terran take that third base. The CC's floating over there. We're seeing the barracks explosion occur now. And the Forge coming down here for Classic tells me he's not going to do any kind of special attack right away on that third base. He's going to stay back and upgrade and tech up.
This Oracle is actually getting a lot done tasteless, way more than I expected. It's kind of an off-meta play to go for an Oracle in the matchup like this one, but he gets 7 SCVs in total. That is so much value out of this one Oracle.
Yeah, it's funny. A lot of times if you don't see the Oracle early on, you just don't worry about Oracles at all. So if you get it later in the game, it can come in and actually kill a whole bunch of workers.
Oh,
okay.
Bit of lag here. Almost surprised.
Yeah,
Neither of our pros went for a pause during that one.
Yeah. Maybe it was just on the observer's end. I don't know.
Yeah, it might be.
So, yeah, cool move with the Oracle. He'll probably go into the tag cycling where he's just going to start to make sure he always sees where the medevacs are.
We have a second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon going down right now for Classic. he might be going into carriers here. Off of 3 bases, this is some really tech-heavy play coming out from Classic. The scan comes through from Maru, and that looks about as normal as it gets right there at the third base. He sees double Colossus, a ton of gateway units. Maru is still not keyed in that Classic is going for this really high-tech switch.
Yeah, and this means Classic is just not going to be attacking for a long time. It's going to be a game where Maru is going to have to start to try to end the game. With Classic, you know, the longer the game goes on, the more the air tech inevitability is going to be real. Getting air weapons now, getting 2 Tempests.
And it's Tempest with +1 air weapons. I love this actually because the Oracle is still alive. It's gotten another 2 kills. Being able to pair that with Revelation means that Classic can pick off Vikings. If he gets, I think it's 5 Tempest with +1, I believe, should be able to one-shot a Viking.
I think that's right.
I might be wrong about that. It's been a while since I've made Tempest in PvT. But yeah, this is a very cool play coming out from Classic, is now the Widowmine drop is coming in. No drilling claws, so even with an armory, if there is one done, these will not be
And by the way, you can see the new feature on the Widowmine. It's just a lot more clear where that's going, which I think is nice. Just kind of a quality of life improvement there.
I feel like it looks good, too. I mean, the Widowmine, it's a scary shot, man. That thing can do a lot of damage. Yeah. I feel like the laser looks appropriately scary now.
Yeah.
Before it was this feeble, meek little, like, it looked like a shoestring or something that was just stretched across the map, but no, I like it. This is an awesome style from Classic.
We've got more Tempests coming along here.
And carriers, too. His gateway army is basically non-existent. It's 4 Zealots, a Sentry, and a Stalker, I think. And the rest just Colossus, Tempest, and carriers. And this is as high-tech as it gets, besides, like, maybe a Mothership. Which, knowing Classic, seeing how he played in Group B earlier, the GSL, I wouldn't be surprised if he started to mix that in soon. Very cool. Very cool army composition we see him rolling with.
So we see him moving out. I don't think he's going to commit to anything here. And this has been a pretty macro-heavy game on both sides. I mean, Maru's now taking his 4th command center. He's floating that over. There's a 5th that's actually in production. We've got the carrier switch finally happening. Disruptors are coming into play. We're seeing all the building blocks of late game happening.
We have carriers number 3 and 4 coming in. Disruptors are entering the field very soon. Still only 1 robotics here for Classic. And this lone Oracle has 11 kills already. He's been getting scouting information. It's just been pestering Maru, forcing missile turrets this entire time. It's gotten so much damage done. I mean, you think of the early push that Maru did to the third base of Classic that killed a couple gateway units. It killed a couple of probes. I feel like this one Oracle over the course of the past 5 minutes or so has done almost equivalent damage, which is kind of insane how effective Classic has been with this harassment, because nowadays, you know, post-military Classic, I think of him more as kind of a finesse player in terms of strategy and macro as opposed to kind of the micro god that he used to be back in the Kespa days, but he has been really on point with his control so far ever since that little flub when he was taking the third base.
So we've got the Ghost now. Viking production started up. And 6 o'clock is now being occupied here for the Terran. Now, there's a lot more map to be expanded to here, but we are getting to the point in time where they should start to attack into each other. I don't know who's supposed to attack who here. Do you? I'm not sure when the game gets this far along.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Classic is going to be the faster one to max out, but
usually it's like there's one guy, you know, who's on the receiving end, the other guy's, you know, trying to push it and do damage. It seems like Maru's going to move out here.
I mean, both players have just been so focused on the macro. Maru's throwing down additional command centers, +3 infantry weapons will soon be completed. He's got 15 Vikings in total. He's making Vikings 6 at a time, by the way, which is just absurd. How many Vikings are in production? But with Revelation, if Classic can play this, or get some kiting done on those Vikings early, he does have some time before Maru is actually able to close the distance onto that third base. And you see Maru is actually going to try and creep forward a little bit here with the missile turrets. But the bio ball on the ground it's quite small. Here we go. Those Temp is going to take some shots. Instantly, one Viking goes down. EMP on the front line of the army here of Classic. That Oracle a little bit mismicroed. The carrier is going to fall, but overall, I think these trades not that bad here for Classic. Those Vikings are very weak.
Yeah, he does clip off a couple of those units there with those Viking shots. I don't know if Maru can advance in here or not. It's kind of hard to move into both Tempest and Disruptors.
I love this sensor tower, by the way.
Yeah.
Just right in the face.
This is kind of cool. And by the way, like, very fresh. Sensor tower, with a whole layer of turrets. And so he wants to basically get this hard contain and kind of launching pad for attack set up. This might force Classic out here. Disruptor shot, bit of a dud there. He does take out the gold base. Now, Maru's got his own gold base. So once you've filled in your triangular like sliver of the map, that's when the gold bases become pretty tempting. And so on some level, I almost feel like Maru doesn't have to do much other than occupy this spot. He's got plenty of SCVs, so he can make turrets and repair the Vikings. Now, Protoss does have shield batteries, but you know, there's more you could stretch out with SCVs repairing over time than, you know, shield batteries recharging. He's going to move in. This is a bit of a dive.
And Classic blinking back here into the shield batteries. I feel like he really needs to rebuild that Oracle. Okay, one just popped, but Revelation right here with the Tempest, that is the combination that you need to start chipping away at the missile turrets, at the Vikings, because the Terran Sky Army is the really scary force right now. And you see Classic just wants to get rid of that sensor tower as quickly as he possibly can because it does limit his micro potential quite a bit here in the front line with those Tempests. 23 Vikings right now on the field, and let's not forget that Classic, he only has 3 Templar. There are only 2 Colossi on the board, so the ground army here for Classic, not very powerful. I think even the Disruptor count, it's only 1, not even 2 Disruptors, so controlling the Viking count is going to be critical here for Classic as he continues to micro back. The Oracle again gets taken out, so a little bit of sloppy control here from Classic at the front line is, but I mean, it is a bit tricky, you know, he's trying to blink these Stalkers back, he's trying to get picks with the Tempest, trying to cast Revelation.
You know, Protoss has grown into the bottom right. Classic's at least got that over there. Not as, I think, desirable as the gold base here. Income is really starting to stack, by the way, for Classic. He's got a lot, where Maru is still spending steadily, which means the Classic can remake any of these Stalkers or Templars that get killed off can be remade immediately. Obviously, making Carriers or Tempest takes a while, right? They make like their Terran units. They have to be built inside the structure instead of a warp in.
That Storm is huge, by the way. Right now, Maru, I think, is sitting on only 3 medevacs, so the amount of healing that he has is not a lot. Any Storms or big Colossus shots that can connect with the Bio, I mean, you see now, the medevacs, they're already out of energy. The Bio's only about half HP. Classic just wants to continue to chip away at this, try and get some feedbacks off, some Storms here with the Templar. EMP comes through, so not able to get too much done. Tempest actually does fall here to the Viking. That Storm just to try and shoo Maru back into the center of the map. But Classic, that mineral bank is starting to get really big. I wouldn't mind seeing him throw down maybe 5 or 6 additional gateways and just do a big tech switch after the fight. Just instantly remax and move cross map.
Right. Nukes, of course.
Great way to eventually break this position.
This is probably a great way to kind of force an engagement here.
Oh, that Disruptor shot.
Oh, hold on.
Does get taken out. Now these trades have been so good for Maru.
Oh my God, they're literally one-shotting Carriers.
Wow.
I don't know when I've seen Carriers be one-shotted. I guess I'll have to tick that one off my caster bucket list.
Yeah.
He just shot down 4 or 5 Carriers like that. Now notice it suddenly, you know, Classic was banking a lot and just dropped as he had to remake a bunch. But this is basically the pressure point. Right outside here, he can keep attacking it. Maru's still growing. Maru has considerably more of the map.
And he's continuously repairing these Vikings as well. Classic needs to do a little bit of a better job with Revelation, just trying to pick away at this Viking count, because in a head-on engagement, it's kind of like Zerg fighting into Corruptors. If they don't have a lot of static defense, if they don't have Archons on the ground, the Vikings are eventually going to win. You have to be able to finesse them with the Tempest at range and do it well if you want to take a favorable trade here as Classic. And up until this point, he has been doing all right, but Maru is not making it easy for him. He has Liberators set up. He has all those turrets, plus double sensor tower. And from that staging ground in the center map, he's just trying to apply a little bit of pressure here on these side bases. I think he can even let Classic have that expansion on the right. If he can prevent Classic from taking the 2 top left expansions, then he's basically doing his job.
Yeah, this is all he has to do, is basically contain him. Psystorm, oh, I thought that actually hit the Ghost. Excuse me, it did not.
Oh, you see this, right,
Dude,
Classic?
He's got to get out. Yeah, you need to.
You see this, right, what? Classic? I was going to say, is this Solar in the booth right now? What's going on?
That's all he has to do is poke out those bases. He doesn't have to actually come in there and like destroy the main or the infrastructure. I mean, I do think it would help Maru if he was maybe hitting one other place at a time. But yeah, he could basically roost out here. Nice feedbacks there on the Ghosts. He's once again just going to be annihilating these Carriers. I've never really seen this many SCVs just roaming with the army, but it kind of works.
Well, usually you see Terran players kind of sack the SCVs and go to mules. Oh, those SCVs getting stormed, by the way. But you'll see Terran players just shed off the SCVs, maybe do a mild SCV pull in the late game, just to have more army supply. But with the SCVs in the front line like this, in this specific situation where they're building turrets and they're repairing Vikings, they basically are army supply. You know, that's how you repair all the Vikings there in the front line. So it's a cool style to see here from Maru. Definitely something a little bit fresh coming in, as Classic hasn't been able to get very much value. And Maru again canceling these top left bases. Unless Classic can kind of break out of this position, I don't really see a path to victory unless Maru completely fumbles an engagement and Classic can get some big counter damage done with a Remax, because so far the cost efficiency has been pretty even, I want to say. Classic does have the better bank because, I mean, partly because Maru has all of these SCVs repairing in the middle of the map and building static defense, but eventually Classic will run out of money.
Yeah, that's right.
It almost feels like casting a TVZ.
Squeeze. Yeah, doesn't it? It does. I was just thinking that. I'm like, how funny. This is sizing up just like a ZVT here. Now, yeah, like we were saying, this is a squeeze. It's going to be a squeeze where the Protoss is still on 5 or 6 bases, but long term he will run out of money. Is this nuke going to connect? Where's the observer? Is there an observer?
I think it's gotten picked. Does he not see this one?
No
oh, the
way!
Okay, it's gonna fall on everything. The Gateway Army gets evaporated. Maru stims forward.
My God.
Wow. What is with Maru and just getting nuke connection after nuke connection every year, man? I mean, that is just the end of this game.
Dude.
GG. So sick.
I can't believe it.
Outplayed.
We used to joke on GSL a long time ago about like esports fan fiction, where it's like, it's so over the top. I'm like, yeah, that never actually happens in a game. He nuked the entire army. All right, well, we're off to a good start.
That was fun.
I really enjoyed that whole game. I'm especially interested by like the sensor tower and turret outpost, if you could call it that.
It was
just
smart.
kind of just endless pressure, endless repair on those Vikings. It's funny, we were talking about how the Tempest should fare pretty well against the Vikings. It's like, well, what if they're all being repaired endlessly? What if you have your own shield battery and all that costs is money, only you have way more money because you have this position here?
That was a cool style.
Oceanborn.
I was excited to see Classic bring out this high-tech early double Stargate. I think even on 3 bases before he took the 4th, he threw down the second Stargate, the Fleet Beacon. But Maru just had the exact right answer on that map. Is you hold down the middle, you don't let them engage into you, and then you just do not let them expand on the side. And almost felt like checkmate. I mean, he just out-controlled Classic. Classic couldn't get the chip damage that he needed with the Tempest. He couldn't get the Aurora Core Revelation. He kept bleeding them off. I mean, that was an exceptional TVP there from Maru, who looked kind of shaky in his TVZs to start the season. I was worried about him there in Group A. It was 2-1 versus Su. Was another pretty close series against Shin, who he usually beats. I was wondering about his form, but that opening game there against Classic was just so clean.
Crazy, man. What a game. Will we have something similar, or will it be entirely different? A refreshing new take on the late game here from Maru. Yeah, man, I gotta say, I'm buzzing. I'm just buzzing after that nuke, man. What an ending. How crazy. It's funny, too. You know, when it comes to nukes, you know, I've done obviously a lot of live StarCraft events, and sometimes you'll, like when BlizzCon used to be a thing where StarCraft was at, you'd have a lot of people that would come over from WoW or Diablo, they'd watch the matches, and I would see the look on their faces when nukes would fire. And I'm thinking, and it's funny because everybody, you know, when you hear nuke, everybody's face lights up. They go, oh, they start making those O faces that YouTubers make in their thumbnails. they all do that, and I would always be thinking, well, do I hype this or do I just be honest? Because usually nukes are, nothing happens. A lot of times they're canceled. A lot of times they don't hit anything.
Yeah, the most they usually do is area denial, right?
Yeah,
or maybe they hit a base that gets evacuated.
They kill creep tumors or something. So I've always been conflicted on how to deal with that, because you see the audience hype up, and I don't want to be the guy that's like, hey, everybody relax. This is not a big deal. You think this is cool. It's not. That was like a nuke doing exactly what it was ideally supposed to do, wiping out an entire army.
Yeah, that was awesome. I like that TVP. That was really refreshing. And the funny thing about this, too, is that TVP is a matchup right now in terms of balance is probably a bit in the spotlight, because that was the focus of the patch that released, what, 2 days ago? And now we're in the CDP group here in the GSL, and so, you know, some Terrans are going to be bitter online, some Protoss players are going to be bitter, but you can't say anything about that game specifically, right? I mean, it ended with a nuke. This is not... Balance is out of the equation here. That was just some cool play.
I don't know what's going on. It seems like there's some kind of delay. We've had, I don't know if it's, actually I'm not familiar with the guy that's on stage. I don't know if it's
a sound issue.
Tech guy. Sorry, I could.
It's a sound issue right now.
Oh, sound issue. Got it.
Classic apparently right now is having some issues with his game sound or perhaps the white noise now.
So they'll get that adjusted. I think that was the tech guy, not the rep on stage. So we'll get that fixed in a minute here. We'll be back into this game. Some people don't know this, but for your guys' own, for your own information, they pump white noise into the player's booth.
Right.
So
it's loud too.
It's loud. The first time when we did Tase's LAN party and I played Scarlet back, that was my first time experiencing the white noise. And it was like, it's a little weird. It's weirder than I thought. It feels like you're on an airplane.
Exactly what it feels like.
Yeah, like that kind of sound blockage, and you really can't hear anything. No, you can't hear anything at all. I was impressed with how not deafening, it's just muting it is for the sound.
When I played in Pro League, it was deafening. It was actually very distracting. It was the kind of thing that I did it once, and I was like, maybe when I'm practicing, I should just get soundproof headsets and pump white noise when I'm playing the game, because it was... I felt like I was like in outer space or something, because it was like almost louder than the game sounds, and I was pumping the game sounds up.
Yeah. No, it's a weird experience, but definitely an effective way to prevent against, you know, players hearing the announcers or anything like that.
So the inner buds are what the players bring, and that has the sound for them, and then the
headset
noise canceling headsets have the white noise in them. But that's why we can play without boots in an arena like this one, or on the main stage of another event.
In the old days, they would build a box. They would put the players in. I remember, and then the boxes came with their own issues because they get hot, or players would. It might not.
Signs would fall on Gumiho.
Yeah, things would land on Gumiho's head. Sometimes they wouldn't have the right room for the legs underneath them. It's a whole bunch, or you don't have that much room for your keyboard and mouse. So thank God we fixed this with the white noise soundproofing. It's also better for camera shots. You don't have like a camera shot going through a screen of glass or whatever. Anyways, guys, we're going to Oceanborn. Let's do this. Okay, bottom right, Maru. Top left, Classic. Now, there's a lot of different ways you can play PvT. I don't know if we're going to have the same game as last time. I wouldn't mind casting a couple more of those, because I found that really interesting. Like, when I saw the turrets and the sensor towers go up, I'm kind of like, okay, but now what? Then it's like, oh, now it's nukes. Very cool. Good to have all of you here in the audience.
A lot of fans here.
Welcome. Oh, 13 years! Waiting to see GSL. You made it. From Australia. Welcome.
I feel like we're one-upping each other now. Wasn't the first time like 10 years or something? Now it's 13.
Now it's 13, yeah.
Someone's going to be like, I was here back in the 90s waiting.
Someone's going to say 15 years ago, I'm going to go, GSL didn't exist back then.
I was a Broodword fan. I wanted to see Guillaume battle, and I couldn't make it out here until 2024.
And I wasn't born yet, so.
But I do wonder if we will see the same style from Classic, because if he does opt to go for it, if it's what he's practiced, I think it might work a little bit better here on Oceanborn. I mean, it's harder to take the bases on the sides, but also it's more difficult for Maru to set up a spot in the middle, because unlike Alcyone, you don't really just have this one central location that you can stage from that is also literally blocking a gold base, you know?
Yeah.
With a sensor tower, with a Zelnaga tower, with all these different paths that you can go out and try and deny other bases. So we'll see if Classic does that, or if we bring something new for an Oceanborn. I always feel like this is one of the tougher maps to play in PvT, at least from my perspective when I'm laddering, because taking that fourth base can be so daunting against a player that is really good with dropship harassment. You really start to feel like you can kind of get pulled apart by medevac play. It's one of those one of those parts of a matchup where it feels like it can snowball very heavily if you don't keep everything under wraps.
Yeah, well, I mean, Terran just has more mobility at a moment where Protoss has to have a lot of bases at once, so it's a real balancing act.
It's going to be a Stargate opening here again for Classic, this time before the Robo, so perhaps we'll see the Oracle again. I think more likely we'll see him play a bit more Phoenix heavy than we saw in the previous game. Actually, did we see any Phoenix in the previous match? Was it just the Oracle straight into Tempest? I think it might have been. Really,
wait,
no Phoenix made, right?
No, there was not a Phoenix at all. But it was. I think he made the Stargate after the third base. I'd have to check again. I remember saying in the last cast that, like, you know, if you don't see the Oracle or Stargate right away, a lot of times you just don't think about it. And then he did that. He went in there. He got like 11 kills, I think, in that last game with the Oracle.
Oh, Reaper barely is able to spot.
Yep, gets in there. And so this is different. This is a Phoenix play. You can see the outline of the Phoenix there. I'm glad they put that in the game, by the way.
Yeah,
I think it's good to have ways that sometimes you can tell what they're making, other times you can't. It just makes for kind of an interesting dynamic.
Maru a little bit late to send that follow-up SCV down to the natural expansion, by the way, after Classic picked it off with an depth. So his command center going to be a little bit delayed. Robotics facility now coming down here for Classic. And this is looking quite similar to what we saw in the previous game, but it's not the same exact opening. It is Stargate into Robo as opposed to Robo into Stargate. The third base might even be a little bit delayed here for Classic, and he's playing very heavy on the Phoenix. Already 2 of them out, warping in Stalkers, and if he's able to take a good fight at the natural expansion with his shield battery, he's able to get a lift in range of the shield battery on a Cyclone, I think this could be really good for him. But Maru is not one of those players that is likely to overextend. I think he's going to play this very safely, especially with a third command center in production back at home. And Classic actually caught a little bit off guard. Those 2 Phoenix are not home.
Yeah, let's not forget how well Maru did last time with his initial push. Let's see what he can do this time around.
It is so brave of Classic to actually come all the way cross map with these Phoenix, by the way, with
no
all
kidding.
that Terran right in front of his natural.
Yeah, after he sees the after he sees the 2 Cyclones and the Marines in the medevac, he's staying back. Once the Immortal's out, you really can't do much with this. But I think the truth is that Maru probably isn't intending to do that much with this. Now, he could maybe poke out the Nexus. Yeah, he's going to force a cancel. Keep in mind the third command center, it's almost done. And so he's just going to have a third base up a little bit sooner. Now, again, wait. Is he going to get away? All right.
Coming again. Phoenix coming back. Will lift up that Widow Mine.
Big pickup there. He's going to have to probably just medevac boost away. I think the Cyclones could just outrun him. He doesn't actually have blink or anything, so he will get away. But most importantly, this third command center's done. SCVs and mules are mining from it. The Nexus has just started.
Yeah, Maru's push accomplished what it was designed to do, which is just delay the third base here for Classic while Maru macros up back at home. Now, we do have a second Raven coming in, as well as the Interference Matrix upgrade. So, paired up with at least 1 Siege Tank, 2 Cyclones, we might see Maru just try to levy a little bit of pressure here. I feel like with Interference Matrix, you're almost always gunning for some kind of timing attack as the Terran, but I do wonder what shape it will take if it has a timing attack, because right now we have double engineering bay coming in. Of course, there is that third command center very early here for Maru. So this is a period in the game where he isn't really going to be power spiking for at least a couple of minutes. And Classic with a pretty good read is just going to double expand basically, even before the third is done.
I think this is a good move. It could be risky. I mean, it's possible Maru comes out and gets a kill. Actually, no, Maru just started Stim. For some reason, I thought Stim had already been researched. So I don't think that Maru can come and punish this. We've got the CC landing over there now.
That's a smart play here for Classic. I like this a lot, actually. It's how you bounce back after that third base getting delayed by 30 seconds or a minute from the Cyclone push.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's his third CCs. For some reason, I got totally tripped up and decided that was his fourth CC in my head. I was like, whoa, wait, what did that thing make? So we got more gateways coming down.
Yeah, gateways charge +1 and a second forge here for Classic. So I feel like we're playing a little bit more of a gateway style for Classic than we did in the previous game. And yeah, actually 5 gateways in total in production. He just threw a couple more down. We might see Classic gunning for a really big timing here with 1-1. I'm curious now how many gases he's going to take, because you might, as Classic, just sit on 4 gases like this, get out 1 or 2 more Colossus, spend the rest of the gas here on just upgrades, and have a huge flood of Zealots coming in.
Well, I mean, I think he wants a different approach, right? He doesn't want to sit back and try to attack into Stargates. I think he wants to try to do something a little bit more active. And put Maru on his back foot. He's getting a Dark Shrine as well.
And Warp Prism speed.
Interesting. Well, he could just try to fly in the main, warp in a bunch of Zealots and unload stuff, and then try to crash into the third.
He's mixing it up quite a bit. I like what we're seeing from Classic here in this series.
Yeah, this is pretty cool, actually.
Interesting play there in game number 1. Coming here in game 2 with something, again, pretty fresh. A 5th base really fast here for Classic as well. Oh, this is a cool style, but Maru, he's been able to muster an army. +1 infantry weapons is done. Concussive, stim, combat shields, all researched. So Maru has been lining up for this timing for quite a while. And those Ravens very high on energy. Interference Matrix could shut down those Colossi. Sim coming in. Colossi immediately disabled there in the front. Only 1 sentry, so just a couple of force fields going down. Every single Colossus is disabled. No shield battery here at the third base. Maru, he's trying to stim forward and snipe the Colossi. Hasn't been able to get them. Finally, they can attack again. Reinforcing Zealots coming through, and I think Classic might barely just be able to survive.
But with all 3 of the Colossi here, it's definitely possible. I thought he would have at least taken out one of them. He did a lot of damage, though. Keep in mind that it's going to be pretty easy for Maru to remake this. Granted, most of what Protoss lost was the kind of tier 1 ground army, right? So that was a wild attack. Good hold there by Classic.
Yeah, that was scary with no shield battery there at the third base. I thought for sure
I thought he was going to lose all of the Colossi, and then it was going to be a wash, right?
Yeah.
Whether Terran kills him there or in 2 minutes, it doesn't matter. The game's basically over.
Well, the gateway counts, or not the gateway unit counts and the bio count gets reset a little bit right there for both players, but Maru was able to retain, I think, pretty much all of his medevacs. So both armies should be able to scale quite well, but Classic now coming in for a drop here in the main base and a drop in the third of Classics. Oh, this game is getting really crazy tasteless. There's action everywhere on the map. Widowmine drop here at the 4th. This Nexus will go down in the natural as Classic's army is committing.
The question is, how much does Maru have back at home? Can he barely hold this off? There's more that can be lost here for Classic, but I guess that's only true for expansions. If he goes for the infrastructure, it's a different story. This forces a recall back here. He picks up. He's got to fly right out of there. Now, Classic is still on 4 bases. He was actually on 5 earlier before that Nexus was killed. So, I mean, economically, we have 2 players in very different places.
Yeah, that 5th base is kind of a saving grace here.
Oh!
It's so cool, actually.
Yeah.
I love the way that looks. And Maru, you see on the minimap, he instantly scans to see if the 5th base is taken, and he spots that there at the 1 o'clock position. So both players taking a bit of a beating. Maru, I think, lost, what, 15, 17 SCVs during that attack. Classic lost that expansion, but things are still oddly even after all is said and done. 3 Colossi on the field and a ton of upgraded Zealots here for Classic. 8 starport units on the map here for Maru as well. And I think Classic, for at least the next couple of minutes, is going to have the better economy because he has that 5th base. So this might lead to him going for yet another timing attack. Keep in mind, if he reproduces that Warp Prism, with Warp Prism speed, he can get across the map in a hurry to reinforce.
Yeah, Maru's still sustaining on these 3 bases, but with a 6 base economy inbound here for Classic. I mean, it's getting really scary. Maru down on supply, basically pinned to the corner. Kind of a role reversal here from game 1.
Yeah, looks like Classic is getting ready to mount an attack. Not a lot of splash damage here for Maru, only 4 Widow Mines. Keep in mind, their splash damage not quite as impressive as it used to be pre-patch. And actually, with good observer placement, 2 of them are going to get taken down, and now Classic is engaging here on the bio. SCV is getting pulled from the 3rd base. Now the Vikings in a great position there on the left side. We'll be able to focus down the Colossi, but they're already doing a ton of damage on the bio.
Oh my god.
But there is just so much here for Maru. He had a great arc right there at the 3rd base.
He might have actually hid those Vikings in the corner for a little bit.
The thing is, so many SCVs got taken down.
True.
I think Classic, with his Remax here on a soon-to-be 6-base economy, might just be able to outpace Maru. Yes, the ground army here for Maru is very impressive, but a couple of Warpins here for Classic could equalize in a hurry.
He needs the counterpunch right now. Maru's moving across the map, and Classic, this is a very smart move. It's just going to go right around him. Yeah. He's going to get this Warpin in the main.
The mineral income right now for Maru is 600 in a minute. He doesn't have the reinforcements. He has to either go for the base trade or defend back at home, and it's going to be the base trade, but Classic has so many bases on the map right now. Is he going to build enough army in time to deal with the ground force that Maru currently has?
He might have to lift off.
He has to. He's pulling all his SCVs.
This is an insane base trade. Now, supplies are very even right now, but keep in mind, well, even army-wise, I should say, there's a lot of workers, but workers aren't going to do that much here. And he's going to go into the main and go for infrastructure. Are we going to have a warp in here? He's already unpowered half the base.
Classic has been able to warp in a lot of Stalkers and Zealots during all this time. He's losing all of his production now, +3, and
the thing
armor
is,
and attack will be denied.
I think that fundamentally, the army here is weaker for Classic. You know, well, I guess the medevacs are actually almost empty.
The army is weaker for Classic, but he has all these bases. He can build a forge, he can build a cybernetics core, and he can just defend a Nexus fully saturated with cannons, with shield batteries, if it comes to that. And Maru can't mind. He's about to lose his last command center.
Yeah, he should move that thing down.
He has nothing in the corner, actually. He might just lose on structures. You can see in the top left. He has 4 barracks and a starport all flying. That's his entire base, basically.
The thing is, there's SCVs to block. The next bases, they're all, you just make a beeline up through the top. You're going to kill this all off. Notice that Maru's not stimming here. He realizes he needs to bank the energy.
Oh, he didn't kill all the infrastructure. Classic's going to get back online.
Wait, he's going back. He's going back.
Okay, that's a very smart move here from Maru. Almost even catching these gateway units.
Now, every Zealot is precious. Oh, he gets away. Unbelievable.
It's a crazy series.
Oh, wait, there's no scan.
Oh, yeah, there's no
scan.
He has EMP, so he can't reveal the DTs,
right.
That's the only detection that Maru has at his disposal right now. And Classic, unfortunately, he's supply blocked, so he can't actually get a warp pin off of these gateways.
So there's not enough minerals to make a command center, by the way. There is enough to make a Nexus. Not that you need a Nexus right now, but just to give you guys some perspective about where we are at.
Yep, Maru cannot scale. This is what you see is what you get here with Maru.
Right.
Classic, if he could just hunker down at an expansion, you see him in the top right on the mini-map, he is building more production facilities. Again, if he can just defend with shield batteries, with cannons, defend an expansion with the army he has on the ground, he can win the game, but it seems like he's feeling pretty confident right now. I mean, he has that DT Shrine. If he warps in a good number of DTs, there might not be enough EMPs to reveal all of them.
Or you could space them out, send one DT and milk out an EMP.
How many ghosts do we have on the field? Only 3.
He's going to get another Nexus.
I think Classic's got this, Tasteless.
I think he does, but let's not call it yet. I mean, there's always a shot, right? The medevacs have a lot more energy in them now.
He can use the Warp Prism to repower these gateways, too.
Protoss is supply blocked, by the way, just now. He's got the 1 DT. Maru's not flinching. So there's 3 DTs, I believe.
5 probes working on the structures in the bottom. More probes working in.
He can't make more DTs until he loses supply.
Right.
There should be enough EMPs to get each DT.
He's going to lose all
his
production. He's going to move it. Right side. Okay, Classic engaging here on the Bio Army. Blink for it. He's going for the Ghost. He focuses them down there with the Stalkers.
He gets 1 DT.
More DTs are warping in as well as Zealots. And I think Classic is going to take us to a Game 3 here, defeating Maru. Wow, what an exciting series this has been.
Today is so good. Oh, my God.
That game was awesome.
That was a great game. I love the warp in with the Zealots at the end.
Yeah.
As he loses that supply, he just fills it right back in. All you got to do is get that surface area. He got it.
Man, Classic with just the killer instinct there, too. He knows after that push that Maru is basically in an all-in position. He had like 25 SCVs left over. Maru pulls the boys. Classic doesn't flinch, doesn't blink an eye. Takes some other expansions on the other side of the map and just goes straight for the base trade, which as a Protoss player is a really scary thing to do more often than not, but I mean, he played that so well. Even using a Warp Prism to power gateways in the main base off camera.
Yeah.
And warp in additional units
it was,
there. It's
it was sick, man. We're going to Ghost River here for game number 3. I don't know how we can top game 1 and game 2, but let's keep our fingers crossed, man. That was something else.
I'm going to go to one of the new maps. First time we're seeing this map here in the GSL.
Our first cast on Ghost River, guys. Let's get into it and decide who wins here with Maru versus Classic. Okay, so it's, Classic in the top right, Maru in the top left.
I must say, I really like what we're seeing from Classic this season.
Dude, these games have been so fun, honestly. Like, I'm kind of blown away. I'm really impressed with Classic's decision-making back there.
It was good. That's like peak form Classic in terms of decision-making. I don't know what he could have done better.
Classic's checking for proxies. This is a problem whenever you have a brand new map. It's like, okay, what is the bullshit they're going to try to me in this map? I don't know this map perfectly yet. Is there some sneaky stuff you can do?
You know, oftentimes when we have a fresh map pool come in and a fresh patch, or even just one of those things, Protoss usually has a little bit of a power spike because there's a little bit of trickery you can do. I think Protoss is the race that excels the most when the meta is the least figured out.
Right. Yeah, I think that's fair.
So we'll see if Classic continues to go with some kind of out-of-the-box approaches. We saw two very different styles there in Game 1 and Game 2, both working off of the Robo and the Starport as opposed to Twilight Council play, which is a lot of fun, really. And this map right here, Ghost River, it's quite good for Blink Stalkers in general. I mean, it's as far as the current map pool goes, there's a lot of surface area there in the main base, but given the styles that we've seen from Classic so far this series, I'm not sure if that's something that really fits well with his approach to this matchup currently. It seems like he kind of prefers the more tech-heavy, expansion-heavy play as opposed to something more akin to a 4-gate Blink style, but that makes me worried because if you actually look at the rush distance from natural to natural here on Ghost River, it's not that far, really. It's kind of like Equilibrium lost a third of the total map size in terms of pushing across the map, right? It's quite close. And so I like Classic opting for the Sentry first here because with that hallucination, you can see exactly what Maru is going for. If it is going to be a 2-base push, what kind of 2-base push is going to be so Classic can navigate his army composition or his tech or his base layout appropriately. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Maru get a lot more aggressive here as opposed to the fast third command center play that we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2.
Okay, so in this game, it's going to be Robo. We had Stargate in the previous games. You are pretty close to each other. You know, sharing the top of the map, you can create a pathway to get over there. This is a map where basically both players will be descending down the map in expansions, which can make for a different feel because we don't have players in diagonal corners from each other.
I feel like we don't actually have that many maps that play out quite like that in terms of expansion pattern.
This is why I'm happy that we have these new maps and we also have the new features that can be added on other maps.
Right.
Is that the big advantage we have in RTS is maps. I can't believe this got it.
Not even going to pull a probe from the gas. There you go.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You have the range now.
Flick it down with the probe.
It's
yeah,
2
you got the
HP.
range.
Well, Maru gets the full scout, and a Hellion is cheaper than a scan compared to a mule, so.
No probe flick there. Old habits die hard.
It will be the Stargate follow-up. So this is looking a bit more similar to what we saw from Classic in Game 1. That was Robo and a Stargate. In Game 2, it was Stargate and Robo. We'll be seeing a Phoenix, not an Oracle, coming out here for Classic. Maru is going for a Widowmine drop with 6 Marines and a Liberator follow-up. So really harassment-focused. And the Starport, or Stargate, excuse me, here for Classic should be great about that. And man, this timing for the probe coming down is excellent for Classic. Instantly spots the drop right before it enters the main base. And Maru might not even get this pylon. We'll see. He's going to try and commit to it. Oh, but does Classic see it? He does.
Gets one.
Pylon does go down here in the main. Oh, he hallucinates his it. I love that. Yeah, just disable.
That was so sick.
Oh, that was some
dude,
really
for a second, I
fast
thought it was a mistake.
No, it's good.
Yeah, and then I saw him chuck it in there. I'm like, oh, you're like so smart.
Maru, by the way, was so quick with the unburrow on the Widowmine and putting it into the medevac.
Yeah.
I actually couldn't believe how fast that was. That was insane. I thought the Widowmine was guaranteed dead.
Yeah.
After that shot.
Same over here. Third command center is going to finish. The Nexus is already starting. And I mean, it's been kind of an interesting early game so far. We've got the 2 Phoenixes roaming. I don't think he's going to get a third. He's got to be careful. Maru has done, this used to be more popular a couple years ago, but just hiding the Widowmine just in the middle of the map like that.
I like this play here from Classic. Sentry first, something that we didn't see very often pre-patch because the Sentry light tag means that with perfect micro, the Reaper actually is a really, it's a pain in the ass if you only have the Sentry because you can just kite that thing around. But now that it doesn't take any bonus damage from the Reaper, it's a lot more reliable there in the early game. So Classic goes in with the early Phoenix Scout and then goes into the Starport play like this one, gets 2 Phoenixes out, sees the third command center, and that gives him the confidence to go double forge, take the third, go for the robotics bay. We'll see now how he's able to deal with this. Widowmine drop coming into the natural expansion. Only 2 of them, so the Phoenix can lift both if he wants to. Uh-oh. Not the best hit. Only getting a couple of probes, but this Liberator of the main base already paying for itself. That's a lot of damage done.
Yeah. He went in for it, and anyways, he could actually shoot down that one Phoenix if he really wanted to.
Yeah, he could. That'd be a gamer play right there.
Yeah, that'd be a moment like, actually, this hits air. Watch this.
Call down a Mueller parrot. See it beat the other Phoenix, too.
Thermal Lance almost done, as that third expansion is going to land now. Stim has started. Maru really likes to get that Stim a lot later.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot more tech-heavy. 1-1-1, I think, every single game. It's a third command center here. So.
And I guess, delaying the Stim for the bigger attack and just getting every other upgrade can get you into a better position than trying to get Stim early and run out.
Yeah, and Cyclones, even though they're not quite as good as they used to be in this current patch, they're still very strong in the early game. They are very flexible, so a lot of variety in terms of opening you can do there with the 1-1-1 as Terran is. Big Barracks explosion on the left side of the map. Classic now taking his 4th base and throwing down some gateways of his own, so both players just kind of building up, and Game 3 here kind of mirroring Game 1 and Game 2 a little bit in terms of the overall shape. Not much of a deviation, a bit of a faster Templar Archives here for Classic this time. It seems like that's where he's really going to lean in terms of tech, as opposed to the Stargates that we saw in previous games.
Okay, we've got the small push coming out. This is going to be lined up just with Stim. There's 2 Colossi here. Definitely a bad angle for Maru. He's going to have to pick up.
Cute micro.
Yeah. He's going to regroup. That would have been an anti-timing. Stim didn't quite finish, actually. So he had to pull away. He's going to pick up.
You gonna go into the natural expansion? Oh, this could be a killer play, actually. Classic's army is about as far away as it could reasonably be.
I think he's afraid of the base at 3 o'clock, but actually he could just fly in here. Oh, wow, the tank could even hit from there? That's crazy to me.
The starport, and maybe the gas? Barely. But already some damage going done. He's going to go for the robotics bay, but there's a little bit of a concern here for me because this army cannot escape with the 2 Phoenix. They will eventually be able to whittle away. Oh, feedback's even coming in. Some added damage on the medevacs. Maru's just skirting disaster right now with these low HP medevacs.
Thing is, he's killing a lot of probes.
Yeah,
that's 70 SCVs to 48 probes.
I feel like that was worth it.
So, I mean, yeah, I'll take that any day. Could he possibly? No, he won't get this unloaded. Oh, he will. He will, Tasteless. He gets that unloaded over there. Gets another probe kill. So right now, Classic is frantically chrono boosting out more probes.
Classic was very out of position for that attack. I mean, 20 probes in total going down. That is absolutely brutal here, as 2-2 is in production here for Classic, but even on 4 Nexus, it's going to be a couple of minutes before he's able to completely equalize on that worker count. He was 20-plus workers down. Actually, he's moving in the middle of the map. I think he is underestimating Maru's army.
Yeah, bad right click over there. Not being attentive to his army.
Luckily, Maru, I don't think, was expecting Classic to be out here in the middle of the map, and so he did lose a couple of bio units there as they got shaved away from the Sentry and the Colossi. Maru, though, throwing down a 4th command center. Ghost production is underway. More Vikings getting added into the mix. And once there's 8+ Vikings on the field here for Maru, I am very scared for Classic's army because now that his economy's been reset, he can't really go into Storm. Ghosts are entering the field. Archons are getting warped in instead of Psionic Storm. And it's one of those compositions that if you don't have the Stalker count to really diffuse the Vikings, then the Colossi are on a timer in the fight. And the Terran bio can just kind of stim, kite back, and eventually survive, maybe with half HP, and just run over the Gateway army. And so unless Classic is able to start adding some much-needed nuance to his army, I'm really worried about him in this next engagement. Maru's force is looking very intimidating here in the center of the map.
Okay, he's going to snake down here through the middle. Scans coming down to try to figure out, okay, where exactly is the army going to be positioned? It's so important that Terran is ready to arc. Is he going to go all the way up there? Oh my god, why are we watching this? Go back, okay.
4-person entering the 3rd base there for Maru as Vikings already get one of the Colossi down to about half HP. Zella's getting warped into the main base here, but Vikings will be able to deal with it. That will be the last warp in from this Prism. And Maru, a little bit annoying. He is max. He doesn't have as many units coming out of these barracks as he would like.
Yeah, he actually has to make it walk all the way back home here. So pretty annoying, man. He's going to lose a lot of SCVs. Actually, I guess not as many as I thought, only 2.
But the main thing here for Classic is this is buying him a lot of time.
Right.
He added in the Fleet Beacon, the 2nd Stargate. I think ideally you want to maybe make, I would hope, a couple of Tempest here to try and deal with the Viking threat as Classic, but we'll see what the choice is going to be. out of those Stargates. The issue right now is he just simply doesn't have the money. And so this is another move that's him just trying to buy time with all these charge outs on the left side as he expands to the bottom right. And I think Maru identifies this. He just sends a small force. He's like, I'm going to pull SCVs with this. But that's a lot of Zealots, Tasteless. We'll see if that's actually enough.
So he's going to try to attack it over here. Now, right now, Maru is getting a whooping back at home, but does he have enough to possibly bust this down? We know that there's so much more sustain here for infantry. Dude, the Colossi are still doing a lot of work. They do eventually tear through. Dude, he's kept the Colossi alive for so long, but regardless, Maru just has so much here. And the problem for Classic right now is that, you know, with Medivacs and Stim, I mean, the damage is going to spike so hard here. I don't know if Maru can recover back at home. I would imagine he can make enough, but then again, there are so many Zealots coming out here. He's going to go right for the infrastructure. He's going to try to unpower these gateways. I think that is an Artosis pylon over there in the middle of the base.
We have more Zealots warping in here at the main base. This Classic's best bet from this position is to try and force another base raid-esque situation, but I think that Maru is going to be able to stabilize 91 army supply to 17. Classic tapping out. Maru is going to take the first series.
It was great. I love this series.
It was a lot of fun. I think Classic even might have had a chance in that previous game if he didn't lose the 20 probes and then didn't overcommit. I mean, that was so many Zealots that he committed to the third base.
I think he needed
Maru.
You know, he needed to go hard on the defense. When you're winning with those counterattacks, I mean, even just like a bunch of cannons. I mean, I know we don't see that really in the matchup, but like anything. You just need enough to soak so that the Colossi can keep firing.
Maru is going to advance to the winner's match, but that was a really close series there. Classic bringing in a couple of different styles.
This was a lot closer than I thought, too.
And it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely a real treat to start off the this group here for GSL.
Maru and ByuN laughing about those games. They discussed it a little bit here on stage.
Yeah.
Always fun to see them interacting. Guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, match 2, ByuN versus Hero. We'll see you in a minute.
Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. They ain't covering my cloth, they tugging it. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, who don't play, 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 play. Who don't play, 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 play. Who don't play, 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 play. Who don't play, play, say that I'm tripping. I've been told I need a vacation, I'm finessing a visit. First class, my feet up high in the air on business, yeah. Woo. Cover the city, your city ain't working, it's hard for nothing. She told me don't let up, it's on us to make it, it's on us to crush it. Nigga, it's gonna take some just to make some, so put that in your budget. Yeah, can't keep moving your dreams for cheap when you ain't even budging. What got you bugging? Make you a play, don't be scared of religion. You made it from nothing, then figure out your clutching. Everything you want in front of you, ain't no discussion. Look, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cut for my cloth, they tugging. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cut for my cloth, they tugging. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, who don't play, 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 who don't play, 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 who don't play, play, who don't play, play.
It's been a long time coming. Track star, long time running. I exterminate foes, they bugging. I'm joke, I want my nuggets, gold, platinum chain. Call them Johnny Dang, dog, with my brains. I go off like hurricanes until my diamonds look like rain. My verses, gas, I'm on it, spaz. The business, cash, no money, pass. Kenny said I need a verse, I said give me like 30, I did it in 15 for real. I've been on fire, they want me to chill. I've been on fire, they want me to.
Look, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cut for my cloth, they tugging. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cut for my cloth, they tugging. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, who don't play, 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 who don't play, 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 who don't 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 play, 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 who don't, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got another TVP. It's funny, we had an ASL where we got to do a deep dive into TVP. We could have the same thing here. We could just have nothing but TVPs, depending on how this first match goes here. I don't mind doing that either, by the way. I think some people, they feel like it's a little bit redundant to have the same matchup. Honestly, sometimes it's really fun to like really explore what people are doing in one matchup. You know, how different are the games or how the same are the games. But with these two players, I think we should have a very different looking TVP just because it's ByuN and Hero. They're extremely different from Maru Classic.
Yeah, Classic and Maru, two players that like to macro up a lot in pretty much every single matchup they play. ByuN and Hero, kind of the opposite. Hero is one of those guys that just wants to go take 3 bases, build an army, and then try to kill you. And ByuN's the same way. Every single matchup he plays, it feels like he is ready to explode with aggression. And I'm pretty excited for this matchup, man. I think it's going to be very different from the first series that we saw between Maru and Classic. And just as you were saying, I mean, a TVP deep dive, I'm completely game for it, especially after a patch with some new maps here in the pool. I want to see some, but PvP, TVT, I wouldn't mind that as well. I want to see some sentries just with little lasers, blasting Archons, exploding Immortals.
Yeah,
Could be fun.
I would welcome it. Yeah, Hero coming into this day, you know, I want to see if Hero can really bring back the Hero from the past. There was a period where it seemed like not only was he the best Protoss in the world, but he was approaching the entire race very differently. He never looks like any of the other players. And sometimes that can be a criticism. In this case, it's a compliment. I mean, he's so, I don't know, he just sees the game very differently. And we get a lot of different strategies because of that.
I think this is something that you see for certain players that are just very aggressive and very good at being aggressive because it's a hard style to emulate unless you have the same kind of micro, unless you have the same kind of insight into the game, whereas, no, I have this window where I can go for a killing blow. I mean, if you don't see that window a minute in advance, you can't play the same way that Hero does. You simply can't execute it. So he's kind of in a class of his own in that way, and we'll see if he's able to bring that edge here against ByuN. By the way, heading into this one, Hero and Classic were chatting a little bit after their match, giving each other some pointers, so we'll see how this matchup is going to shake up. ByuN versus Hero, match 2 here in the round of 8 Group A. Winner is going to go on to face Maru in the winner's match. Let's get started here on map 1, Alcyone.
Okay, ByuN in the top right, Hero in the bottom left. Wait. Oh, there's a probe coming across the map. I thought the watchtower just lit up for some reason. I'm like,
the third player is in the game.
I'm like, can it just like get vision for nobody? But like, it's really weird. I didn't see the probe on the map.
All right, we didn't get to see this in the first series. What can this probe do? It's got double the range.
So, you guys have probably heard Artosis joke about the StarCraft 1 probe being the best unit in all of StarCraft. It's because you can do so much damage with it and harass Terran buildings. With the range upgrade, the probe should be a pretty big threat. The only thing that you can't do from StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 is make a gas steal make sense. In StarCraft 1, you've got one gas, so you can like run in there, steal their gas, and then start to attack all other SCVs making stuff.
I feel like there was a period in StarCraft 2 very early on, maybe Wings of Liberty, where it did make sense to go for a gas steal, but that has been, it has not carried through. It has not aged well as the game has evolved over the years.
Well, I think I mean, in theory, you could run in there and take 2 gases, but it's like, well, that's almost half the price of a Nexus. Like, how much are you slowing them down versus slowing yourself down?
I'm also pretty sure that way back in the day, simulators used to have more HP. I might be mistaken about this, but it felt like they were tankier. Maybe we've had so many patches in this game. It's been out for what, like 14 years? It's hard that. Sometimes I think that the game used to exist in some kind of way and it just like never did.
Well, we've mostly been in the Legacy of the Void era, but I mean, if you go back and watch Wings of Liberty, it's so weird because, the unit stats are different and, the way people approached was people weren't as good as well. Everybody's kind of learning this game and growing together, but I lost my train of thought. You talk. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, Hero Probe Scout did get denied there in the main base. Maru was able to clean that one up. I don't think he saw the command center or factory timing, but he should have a pretty good idea based on the scouting information that he gathered with the early barracks, with the Marine, with the reactor, not the reactor, but the 1 gas in the main base as opposed to 2 gas of what ByuN is going for. And he's just be chrono boosting out a ton of adepts. I think that might be the 2nd or the 3rd chrono boost he's thrown down on that gateway with a Stargate follow-up. So look to see some aggression here from Hero early on as he starts a 3rd adept and ByuN starts a 3rd command center. And this is going to be Hellions from ByuN, not Cyclones.
Can these Shades see that? No. I guess his vision would be too low. But double command center, I didn't really expect to see this from ByuN in Game 1. He's kind of known for being pretty aggressive and active, but kind of a cool way to start this out.
And if the Adept is able to pair up with its buddy in the middle of the map, then it should be able to deal with the Hellions quite well, honestly. And there is some potential, unless ByuN throws down a bunker here in the natural expansion, for Hero just to move cross-map with 3 Adepts and an Oracle and get a fair bit of damage done. And he's not going to make any Cyclones either. It's just these 2 Hellions, 1 Marine, and then a Reactor Barracks. I'm liking this opening so far for Hero. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the same full picture of the game that we do right now.
Right.
But there is certainly an opportunity for him to get some damage done here, I think.
Yeah, I think
At least
so.
until that siege tank is done.
Yeah. I mean, you're really vulnerable in a moment like this.
Oh.
Does see the 2 Hellions from across the map. The 2 Hellions don't really tell you much about what ByuN's really up to here.
No, and actually those Adepts went all the way back home, so Hero's playing it quite safe here with those 3 Adepts. Yeah. A little bit sad that he didn't move into the natural expansion with the Shades to potentially pick off some Hellions or some Marines, but you can't know that your opponent is playing a little bit.
Well, he'll know now. He went by that command center. He could try to get a couple more kills on these SCVs. And, you know, this amount of damage you can certainly be happy with. No hull damage onto the Oracle. You know, he might just be going into Stalker Blink. This could be like the perfect build to punish what ByuN does. I'm a little bit surprised ByuN opened like this versus Hero. Because Hero, this is definitely what Hero likes to do.
And it's going to be charge, actually, with double gas from Hero. This is not what I was expecting. So, are we going to see fast Psystorm with charge from Hero? Because I can't think of anything else you're going to use those 4 assimilators for if your army composition is mostly going to be charge zealots, right? I feel like it almost has to be a Templar Archives, but we'll see exactly what Hero's going to do with it. He's already up to 300 gas.
When I saw the Twilight Council, I thought it was going to be Blink.
Yeah,
actually.
me too, for
yeah,
sure.
I was basically getting ready to talk about how Hero is the best at this, Hero and probably parting. But yeah, this is not at all what I thought. So I guess the question is also, would ByuN be expecting this?
Well, at this point, Hero still hasn't committed to a specific tech path with all this gas, but he's up to 500. He's throwing down additional gateways. It's got to be a Templar Archives for Archons,
This
right?
must
and
be
then
like
go for a bust.
Yeah, maybe a timing attack to blow up the third base.
I think that's got to be it. He's going for +1 armor too, so this is going to be an old school PBT opening. Cool to see all these different styles here. We're only in the second series of the day, right? From Classic and Hero. 5 more gateways in production. Oh, Cyclone almost able to get that Oracle. Very low on HP. It's even more gateways coming down here. Oh man, even more gateways. What is this, like 8 gate?
Yeah, I think he's going to be dropping or cutting probes at his second here, and it's going to be all about the gateway production. He didn't really have to make that much at all. I mean, you know, in a perfect world, you would not be making attacking units all the time. You'd just make all your buildings, all your probes. And then when you're ready to go, you're like, all right, here's 4 rounds of gateway units, and I'm going to go kill you. And that's not too far from what Hero's doing this time here. The third base is going to just now be started.
Ooh, and Psystorm.
Yeah.
Interesting opening. Those come in. Unfortunately, the Oracle doesn't have that much energy, so we'll take one of them down and an SCV, but still good value here for Hero.
So the question is, when is this attack going to come in? We see the Warp Prism being made here. I mean, I assume when Psystorm is done and the Warp Prism's ready to be just outside the base, we're going to see a pretty big hit in.
Yeah, I think that's also the window that Hero would go for if this is going to be a push. What a crazy force in the middle, by the way.
Yeah, I guess it's to try to just catch Medivacs.
Yeah, Psystorm is not done yet.
Yeah, he needs to be careful, man. He should not be out here.
I think he's bluffing a little bit that he has Psystorm with this. That's now coming into the third base. Not getting
They'll
very
make
much
sure to
done.
damage everything and kill nothing.
Oh, and a double medevac drop here, gunning for the main of Hero.
Are there Templars in the main for feedback?
I don't think so. I only see 5 on the units tab, and pretty much all of them were here in the front, right? So that's a big warp-in as well. Hero might need to recall a small number of units to deal with that double medevac drop in the main base, but here we go. Storm is ready. Warp Prism. Templar gunning down. Really good storms right here on all of the bio. Just gets evaporated. The depot's even going to be down, so the Zealots are getting here into the natural expansion.
The SCVs are pulled. The Zealots just stream right up the ramp. He tries to block it with some more of these SCVs. A lot more damage still coming through here. Oh, but a lot of workers are being killed back at ByuN's base.
Yeah, but Hero's warping in right here in the front, so he's absolutely committing to this attack. Another storm gets a lot more damage done, but all the production is getting offline here in the main base of Hero.
The thing is, if he could just kill everything at the barracks, you're going to kill everything that comes out of the barracks. So
maybe, but I feel like, Hero doesn't have any production back at home either, and also this SimCity for ByuN is so good against Charge Zealots. It's like a little tiny maze. It's difficult to really get anything done.
It's a good point. I feel like neither of them could quite kill the army that they're fighting. And maybe ByuN has enough. If ByuN holds this here, he wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no more reinforcements coming in here for Hero. He maybe has like 1 or 2 gateways that are still online.
Yeah,
I feel like if
ByuN takes this, man.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if Hero did that warp in the main base instead of right there in the front, he could have had a chance. And I mean, ByuN even dropping a scan to make sure there were no stray probes to reinforce and warp in more pylons in the main. And
remember, he can't make anything right now.
Yeah.
Hero can't because his pylons are unpowered.
He's going to try and drop Archons on this with his shield battery. But the Warp Prism goes down, and
GG.
That's it. Those double medevacs, man. They're dangerous.
Yeah. That was something else. That was wild.
A little bit unfortunate there for Hero that he committed to the Warp Prism, Warp in right in the main base, because if he has those units back at home instead, maybe he can stabilize, maybe he doesn't lose all his production, but instead it forces him into this position where he basically has to go all in. And fighting up a ramp, especially against that SimCity from ByuN, it's not going to work.
He did a good job with the SCVs, making it harder for the Zealots to get in there and do the damage they want to do. Not a bad idea from Hero. Again, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see the Blink Stalker stuff. I thought that was coming.
Yeah, me too.
I was like when I saw Charge make it, I'm like, wait, is that a okay? And it's not that we don't see Pro House players do that, but I'm just Hero is kind of known for having that incredible Warp Prism Blink Stalker play, and it makes sense versus 3 Command Center.
Yeah,
early
absolutely.
on. Like I feel like it almost counters it. We're gonna go to Ghost River. A little spooky.
You're afraid of ghosts, Jason?
Don't walk around Ghost River at night.
All right, game 2, ByuN versus Hero.
Go surreal. Let's go. Get the Ouija board out. Got the Ouija board ready. All right, I know. Was that you moving it? I didn't move it. What's going on here?
Let's try and figure out what build they're going to go for in this game.
So we've got Hero at the top right. Oh my God, the probe's already here. ByuN in the top left.
Was that like 34 seconds, 35 seconds cross map? That is insane.
That's actually so fast.
I feel like the rush distance on this one is interesting. Ooh, look at that art. I like that.
Look at how straight ByuN's back is too. Oh, look at this. That is cool.
We got an artsy crowd out here, man.
Yeah.
Graphic designer.
Yeah, these are good drawings here. We don't always have good drawings either. Okay, I don't say that.
They're all
Today's
beautiful.
drawings are good.
They're all beautiful in my eyes, tasteless.
Yeah.
Like the
Not in mine.
like the mother of the toddler like brings like the pasta noodle picture of the portrait of the family.
I've definitely had GSLs where I've seen some pretty Napoleon Dynamite drawings before. So obviously the probe is a bit of a menace here in the early game. What will Hero do this time around? I do feel like there's got to be a lot of really powerful rushes on this map.
I think on this map, I would be surprised if Hero didn't go for Blink on this one of all the maps, because I think this one has maybe the most surface area in the main base
and the shortest travel distance by foot.
Yeah, that can be kind of a double-edged sword though too, because the scary thing when you're going for Blink Stalker play like that is eventually the Terran army is good enough to fight your pure Blink Stalker army, and then they move across the map and it's really hard to hold.
Yeah.
And in this case, when they do move across the map, it's not very far for them to get into your natural or your third base, but we will see. A lot of the maps in this pool I think aren't the best for Blink, but Ghost River, I mean, again, this is still really early. It could be that this map doesn't actually play out that way and Blink Stalkers aren't aren't a good choice for a variety of different reasons, but my inkling just from playing around with this one in a versus AI game earlier on, just moving around the map, getting a feel for it was...
Yeah, that's good you do that. That's one of the best ways to learn.
Yeah.
Is to like not just go in there and grind it out against people. Just like put a computer on easy, look through the map, see how all the buildings fit everywhere.
You got to do it with Terran too to see where the Reapers can go.
That's
Never
right.
do it with Protoss.
Yeah, to just get a feel for, you know, what can and cannot be done on the map.
Some of the maps that are in the pool right now actually have like 3 different spots in the main base that Reapers can jump up. It's kind of insane.
Yeah.
I think Crimson Court, Crimson River, something like that is one of the maps with a bunch of different spots for Reapers in the main base. It is a little bit off the walls. I've gotten very used to the formulaic one Reaper spot that is wallable from the Protoss player on every single map, you know? A little bit different here is ByuN going for 2 barracks with double Cyclone production. It will be Blink coming out from Hero. Keep in mind these are the post-patch Cyclones, although they will still be able to get a lot of damage done this adept, maybe even kill it. Just 24 HP. We'll see how many more gateways Hero throws down. I would expect, I mean, of course, there's going to be at least 1 more, but we'll see if he opts to go for 4.
I've seen third base on 2, which I feel like is a little risky. 3 is like, you know, very middle of the road, and then 4 means you're going to be aggressive. It seems like Koreans have backed off a little bit from the 4-gate stuff. I've talked about this before, but
yeah, they've never really been into it.
When you talk to Europeans and other foreigners, they all say like, no, it's still pretty good. You know,
I mean, MaxPax does it like
yeah.
It's like almost every
Europeans
single
love
PBT.
that.
It's a really fun style too. It reminds me of, I mean, this is a really old name, but Adele Scott back on like Xel'Naga Caverns would play this Gateway Man style of Protoss with just Stalkers and Zealots, and it was so cool. Back then, I was a wee little nerd. I love to model my PBT off of Adele Scott, even though back then it was garbage because Colossus did like double the damage they do now. But it's a really fun style. Unfortunately, Hero here just be going for the 2-gate blink, and we'll see what damage he's able to get done. There should be a pretty fast third base behind this, and double gas as well, so he will be teching behind it
He
too.
didn't get a robo or anything either, so it's not. Oh no, he did. I'm sorry, he just didn't get. I meant to warp prism.
Right.
So this is not any kind of commitment.
And maybe this is because the map is so scary in terms of Terran pushing cross map after the Blink Stalker phase is over. Maybe Hero has looked at it and is like, I actually need my Colossus a little bit faster if I want to defend the counter push after my blink. We'll be able to get one Cyclone here. That Observer doing a ton of work on the high ground, granting vision. Oh, Stim's done though. A lot of these Stalkers' blink is still on cooldown. Ton of damage, and ByuN's already here at the third base. This is crazy.
Okay, this is coming in pretty hard, man. These are some pretty damaged Stalkers.
Oh,
the shield battery does not have enough to like. Dude, is this game just gonna end? Hold on.
I was
gonna
kill
a lot of workers.
For a moment there, I was really afraid he didn't have energy for an overcharge, and actually pulling all of these probes too.
I mean, that's a lot of workers to lose early on. One of the reasons why timings like this can be effective is because they almost don't make sense because there's no medevacs out yet. So the Protoss can kind of, assume that they're safer when they're not. Now, if you don't control it that well, it does backfire. Obviously, you can't retreat or heal. And by retreat, I mean like pick them up and boost out. And so when you do those attacks, you are, unless you win the game, likely to lose everything over time. But I got to say, a lot of worker kills, which means the Hero's going to be doing a little bit of catching up. He's got the Observer here. So he can blink in the main. I don't know how much he's going to find, though.
Should be able to get a couple of kills, but I mean, the blink cooldown right there. This is a Stalker. Always painful. Colossus production is underway, though. Keep in mind that Hero still hasn't taken third base. Only just now is it going down, so he's leaning really heavily into the tech here. But that also means that the 10 workers he lost earlier in the game hurt him a lot more because at this stage, generally as Protoss, you want to be a little bit faster with the expansions in the Terran. You want to be ahead of them economically. And you want to try and pull them apart a little bit with Blink Stalkers and Charge Zealots if you can. If you want to play this more ground-based style as opposed to the Stargate style that we saw from Classic. But Heroes lost quite a bit of tempo from that early attack that ByuN was able to execute.
Okay. Sorry, what happened? He just canceled the add-on?
He canceled the reactor.
It's kind of weird. Is he going to mix the new there, or was that a mistake?
I think he just started it again.
Yeah,
that's the production tab.
I don't know what would prompt you to suddenly cancel that.
It's the ghosts, man. It was haunted.
I know, man. No, I'm telling you, man. The room listen, the room got really cold, and then the reactor got canceled.
Korea, by the way, one of those cultures that really does believe in ghosts. A lot of my Korean friends believe in ghosts.
Yeah, man. We got to become ghost hunters out here. Oh, he's going to try to hit this. Doesn't quite get up there.
Yeah, that is a tough angle to come in and attack, too, because of the rocks at that junction between the natural and the third base. Just one force field can siphon off a lot of units. But this is scary here for Hero because while ByuN's army doesn't have a lot of nuance to it, it is very large. And the amount of splash damage, or just general damage on the field here for Hero, is very insignificant compared to the size of ByuN's army. I mean, if these two armies were to clash in the middle, I feel like ByuN's army could defeat Hero's army and then could defeat an exact copy of Hero's army right after that, you know?
Yeah.
Like on an open field. I mean, this army is potent. He's even mixing in ghosts now, 3 at a time. Double Viking production also underway. And Hero, his worker count, it's still just now surpassing ByuN. He's adding in a Dark Shrine. He's getting in some disruptors, but I feel like he never really has been able to recover from the tempo that he lost from that opening push with a bunch of bio units, no medevacs and cyclones. I mean, those 10 worker kills when he was on 2 bases, that hurt so much here for Hero, and the counter damage really didn't get much done. So now ByuN moving across the map with a very formidable army. We're going to need to see some nice control out of Hero if he wants to hold this one.
Okay, he's going to stim and move in. This is a really good angle for the Protoss.
Oh, gets a ghost.
Nice EMP.
Every single sentry.
The sentry's basically just paperweights right now. He does back up. I think tearing down the rocks is a must here. You need to get a wider berth to get in.
Battery overcharge expiring, so that's going to be ByuN's key to go in right now. Zealot's coming on the right side. There is one more Disruptor reinforcing from the top. ByuN maybe overextending just a little bit. Disruptor is going to be able to connect on a ton of the bio. Only one Colossus has gone down so far, but there are enough Vikings to take the second one down. Reinforcing Zealots are coming in, but the probes had to get pulled to even hold on.
Yeah, now all he has to do is regroup, and he could probably attack back in. The Stalkers are going to pursue.
Yeah, Hero needs to get more damage on this retreating army before ByuN is able to reinforce, because he lost all of the nuance to his army, all the high-tech units, the Colossi, the Disruptor count has been completely reset. And Hero has to get the same thing done. He has to kill Vikings, he has to kill Medivacs, and he was able to pick off a good chunk of them. But this is a scary position because on paper right now, the Terran economy, it is frankly better than the Protoss. He has these mules dropping in. The worker counts are basically even. Yes, Hero does have a fourth base, but he doesn't have the workers to saturate it and really make much of a difference. So in terms of scaling economically, Hero isn't going to be able to do those big warp-ins of Zealots or of Stalkers to have enough force on the ground to really contest Terran and buy himself time to replenish these high-tech units. And that is a scary position to be in as the Protoss player. I think ByuN can feel that he is getting closer and closer to a victory here, and Hero needs to buy time. So I love this play with DTs coming in right now.
Now, he might not notice right away. He does notice. He gets the kill.
Has a scan available, too.
So 4 SCVs is not bad. I don't know if it's going to be enough to recover. The biggest event that happened back here was the elimination of all the Colossi. You're trying to accumulate those over time, and eventually you just have this ground obliterating force. But the fact that ByuN got in there and killed it is really bad news.
And it's only one robo, too. So Hero has to basically choose, am I building Colossi or am I building Disruptors right now? Because he needs both of them, honestly, against the ball of bio that Terran is making. ByuN is just in such a great position in terms of pure army size that Hero has to keep making plays for time. Similar to the way that Classic had to try and make plays for time against Maru there in Game 3. That didn't work out for Classic. We'll see if Hero's going to be able to pull the rabbit out of his hat in this one. But this army for ByuN here in the center, 97 supply in total.
Ooh, nice mine.
It's a big hit.
Yeah. Whoa, that was... that looked kind of funny.
Command center instantly finishes and then pops up. Oh, ByuN has just been on 1-1 this entire time. I didn't even realize he didn't have an armory in his second engineering bay. He's been playing very low upgrades.
That's actually a really good point. That actually is huge.
I mean, usually Terran will be a little bit ahead of upgrades on a Protoss player like Hero in this position, but +2 to 1-1 is very playable here for the Protoss. Shot coming in. Actually, doesn't even find a single Marauder. With concussive, it's probably going to go down here. An engagement coming in. That is so much bio. Disruptor shot. Oh, what a money shot right there. So much bio getting taken down. Retreating back to the shield battery is Hero. Nice play by him, shaving off a good chunk of bio right there in the middle of the map. I mean, these are the plays that Hero needs to make to equalize well here. If he's able to get up to +3 ground weapons, by the way, before 2-2 is done there for ByuN, there will be a window where, at least on paper, he should be able to trade cost efficiently with the Terran.
Yeah, he's not able to quite get in there and do any damage. We've got tanks being incorporated over here, but it seems like ByuN is just a little bit out of range. Hold on a second. Kind of a bad overextension there from Hero. Keep in mind, he's not maxed out. It wasn't like he could trade those Zealots out for something else. Perfect dodge. And now we're going to see him attacking again. The Vikings, they get such a good position in between these two staircases to kind of pelt the Colossi with damage over and over. Now, ByuN's army's looking pretty scary, but Hero actually has more bases and is growing more quickly. I'm kind of stunned that he actually took that base that's further towards the middle instead of the one at the very bottom right. But if ByuN isn't attacking, I guess he's fine.
Maybe he's afraid of double drops or something like that, because this one is kind of easy for him to just move his army down to. It's almost like a triangle base between the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But all right, hold that thought. Hero coming on both angles. Disruptors on the right side and Colossi both getting taken out immediately, but the Zealot flank on the left is quickly making work of the tanks. The thing is, there isn't enough splash against the bio. The Disruptors do not get the connections they need, and ByuN just absolutely runs over the army in the middle of the map. I feel like that split there for Hero in terms of army wasn't quite the right composition, but he is able to reinforce back at home now. He doesn't have exactly the same problem he did before in terms of economy.
I do like the Stalker run back to then try to recall just to buy some more time, but I don't know that this is going to be salvageable here. It's been another Robotech reset here.
I mean, the medevacs are very low on energy, so if a big flood of Zealots is able to come in and make connections, but
he might want to land those Vikings. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Land in, immediately take down one of the disruptors. The dodge has been really good for ByuN, but that was a nice hit there for Hero. The thing is, there isn't much sustain in terms of damage for this army. It's basically just Zealots and Stalkers beside the few stray disruptor shots coming in here for Hero. And the siege tank's just slowly creeping forward in this position by both staircases.
Oh my god, he's going to unpower the gates.
Oh, nice hit, gets 2 ghosts.
Needs a scan. Gets the DTs. The disruptors are a little bit exposed. Another perfect dodge. Reinforcements inbound right now from the Terran.
And Hero is just pumping the disruptors right now. I think because they build so much faster than Colossi, he feels like he doesn't have the time.
Yeah, no, I think you can only go disruptors until this attack has been wiped out. Another attack in. I mean, he's bled off a lot of Zealots, but there's still enough disruptors. You know, when you get to about 3 or 4, you can kind of endlessly chuck out these shots. I think that Hero's actually okay.
Maybe. I mean, this Terran army is really scary, and keep in mind, these Zealots have no armor upgrades whatsoever. It's just +3 ground weapons, and against 2-2 bio, they start to really melt. So I'm hoping Hero's going to be able to get some Colossi out, but ByuN might not give him the time. He's pushing into all of these disruptors. Those Marauders get juked a little bit and do get taken out. So much pressure here in the front. If Hero is able to stabilize, he's on 84 workers. He has a ton of bases. ByuN is not expanding on his side of the map, so there is a path to victory.
You're 100% right. I mean, the reality is that ByuN is not growing at all the way that that Hero is. Hero's basically taken all of the bases that he can on his side of the map. Now, this probably should have happened a lot sooner because this was kind of the exposed position. This Nexus is going to go down before Hero can even find an answer, and I think this is the play, is to fracture the armies off, basically make the Protoss start to chase you down, and then just keep hitting wherever he's weak.
Yeah, but with all those Stalkers coming in here, they might be able to blink forward and get these medevacs. They're very low on HP. I'm getting a little bit worried here for ByuN. He is pivoting his army down into the bottom right now, going for that extra base. If he's able to take that one out, then suddenly the economies are going to equalize despite Hero's worker lead. But the army here in the front here for Hero is pretty strong. SCV's getting pulled. There might not be enough for ByuN to hold on.
Yeah, actually, I mean, with this number of Colossi and Disruptors, I mean, it's going to be very hard for small amounts of units to take fights. That being said, I mean, ByuN could come in here and wipe these bases out, pick up and try to come back here and fight. God, there's so much here, though, for Hero.
I mean, it's basically a base trade situation, but there are, like, no starport units out for ByuN whatsoever. There's, like, 4 medevacs cross-map, and that is basically it. His economy is so stunted. The standing army on the left side of the map for Hero, way better than ByuN's. I think he can come in, kill a lot of the production, and then recall just enough to hold on to the main base in the natural expansion, especially with Overcharge against a pure bio ball. I think Hero might have done it.
I think Hero wins. I think you're right.
I mean, this was such a tough position for Hero to play from. I can't believe how well he's done to come back in this game.
ByuN needs to lift right now. He's going to lose that command center. Now, I mean, where are the probes? You got to pull the probes out.
Yeah, there's 30 workers here for Hero between the main base and the natural expansion.
I'm a little bit stunned Hero hasn't, like, hidden workers somewhere on the map.
I think he's just going to recall and keep them here, the natural and the main.
I guess that makes sense.
I mean, these medevacs have no energy. ByuN has been stimming to kill all of these buildings this whole time.
Yeah, it's funny. We saw Maru not do this. But ByuN, you can see there's a little bit of a muscle memory problem in that he's almost too good at auto-stimming. And so he doesn't have any mana to heal up. I mean,
both players supply block to oblivion
now,
right now.
Let's say that the Protoss has fragments of his army picked off. Then maybe there's a shot. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I mean, killing the Colossus gives Hero the supply to actually warp into more Stalkers and deal with it.
That's so funny.
There's probes with this. You were wondering where the probes were. They're right here, man. They are on the aggression.
It's going to send these. That's it. GG. Hero takes game 2. This has been such a crazy day of games.
These have been some really good games, man. I'm enjoying this. I can't believe Hero came back in this match. I mean, that opening push from ByuN, yeah, it stunted his growth a little bit there in terms of starport play because he delayed the medevac so much, but he was able to kill a lot of gateway units. He got, what, 10 probes were pulled? Hero's third base was so delayed. But then at some point, ByuN, you can kind of see this almost as his Achilles heel. He just stopped growing. He stopped going into upgrades. If that was Maru, he would have played it much more slowly, compound on the lead, but ByuN went maybe a little bit balls to the wall. He was really aggressive on that one, and he tried to end the game, and against a lesser player, absolutely could have done it. But against Hero, the best Protoss player in Korea, top 2 Protoss player in the world, possibly even the best, I mean, he was able to just barely hang on by a thread after minutes and minutes of pressure right in front of his base, where if one thing went wrong, the game was over. He holds on, he stabilizes while growing in the bottom right corner. Suddenly the game is his, and we're going to be going to a game number 3.
Yep, we're going to go to Oceanborn here. Let's find out if we're going to get some mirror matchups today, or it's the TVP madness is going to continue on here. Our game is loading up. Let's get into this. I called that too soon. It didn't load as fast as I thought.
Yeah, I was watching the
loading
countdown.
bar.
The lobby was still going.
Is a little bit slower today. All right, now let's see. ByuN in the top left, Hero in the bottom right. Do we have a probe sent out immediately?
A little bit later.
Yeah, not as soon if he's going to send that across here.
I mean,
but he is still sending it.
At this stage in the previous map, probe was already,
in the base. I
like
literally
34 seconds.
Looked up from drinking my water, and I'm like, oh, he's in his spawn.
I know every season, I can't remember who it is that publishes it, but somebody does this map analysis where they show like the quickest paths cross map with workers, with reapers, with overlords.
That stuff is so valuable.
I wonder if the previous map, Ghost River, is... I wonder how many seconds less it is than the other maps, because it does certainly feel like it's the fastest, but this could also just be one of these things where you look at the map and it seems like it's really quick, but it actually is relatively normal. But it felt like it got there so quick at that previous map.
This is some pretty good RNG on that SCV. It's dodging every attempt for that probe to get over there.
Yeah, some good damage, though, here by Hero.
Okay, probe coming back in here.
Both these series have been so fun, by the way.
It's been really good, honestly. And sometimes in TVP, like one guy just kills the other one outright. And I mean, that can be fun too, but these have been like really dynamic games. Everything's so different.
It's also cool because Classic and Hero, Classic in his series playing a very different style from Hero so far in this series. And same with Maru and ByuN. You can see ByuN is playing quite a bit more aggressively. He's really going for the killing blow, whereas Maru was throwing down command centers. Even in game 1, he did that really cool control play, mixing in nukes. I love the dynamic range that we're seeing from these players here today in TVP. It is very refreshing to watch. I mean, this is the first time, I think, in 3 years that we have 3 Protoss players in the round of 8 here at GSL, and the games have been such a treat against both Maru and ByuN. Now, this probe coming all the way here into the main base is going to get the full scout off. Sees there's still only 1 refinery, factory, reactor, and second command center underway, and so Hero has basically the complete picture, and his response is going to be a Twilight Council.
Yeah. Now, the Twilight Council, there's obviously many forks in this build. We're going to see if it's just going to be a quick third base or not. That seems to be more of the trend right now. Just take that third base and try to develop more. We don't have the third command center coming down here for ByuN, which was something he was doing quite a bit of.
So far, just the 1 CC here in the main base. 1-1 opening. We'll see if he adds in some additional barracks or if he does go for that third command center, as the Hellion's going to have to get repaired in the main base. Robotics coming in, as well as Blink getting chrono boosted here from Hero. Last time we only saw a 2-gate Blink opening from him. We'll see if he changes that here on Oceanborn. I feel like for a player of Hero, of his caliber and his style, you got to mix in 4-gate Blink in this matchup at least once in the series. It's kind of like how in every PvZ for what felt like years, you would see the Protoss player mix in 4-gate Adepts with Glaives and would like lose basically every single time.
yeah.
But the thing is, 4-gate Blink from Hero absolutely has the potential to kill even the best players in the world.
Sure,
I mean,
absolutely.
one mistake against him and it's game over. So it's surprising to me that he's, even here in map number 3, just sticking with a 3-gate Blink.
Yeah, you know, these guys also play each other a lot in online tournaments, so it's possible that, like, you know, he's tried that enough times, he goes, let's try something different. But I would love to see it, personally. So we've got the Hellions coming across the map with a Marine drop coming in here. I think the Observer is going to, cross, look at that.
Beautiful.
So he's going to be able to come in here and intercept this right away.
Hellion should be running through the wall in the middle right now. Going to go into the main base and actually going for the natural probes. They're all going to retreat here to the shield battery, yeah. I thought for sure he was going to the main. Oh my goodness, line them up.
What a funny interaction. And then the Marines are like, you betrayed us.
It's interesting to me that ByuN saves the Hellions instead of the Marines in that situation.
That's what's so funny about that situation. It's like he drops the Marines only so that the Hellions could come in and get scooped up and saved.
Oh,
but I guess the reality is there's more damage they could do. This is sometimes a really good move. It's not going to work this time around, but sometimes it makes no sense to drop in the same spot twice, so players will just already run to a new location to try to defend.
Yeah, Blink is done really quickly here for Hero, though. Those Chrono Boosts paying off against the Medivacs and one of the Hellions, and now moving across now. Oh, the bunker at 99%. He's going to be able to get 2 SCVs because of it. Double gas coming down again for Hero, so this is not going to be super committed pressure from the Protoss. I mean, he's going to blink into the main and see what damage he can get done there, but...
Ooh, nice kill on that Hellion.
This is him eventually working in the tech.
Is he going to try to do a warp it over here? He's using the warp prism to basically spot. You know, there's not that many Marines. Can't you just blink on top of that tank? What else is there?
Oh, there is a second tank out. But where is the second tank? Okay, it's right here.
Over there. I feel like he could have actually maybe moved in and killed that.
I think you're right.
This warp prism.
But it's one of those situations where you know the tank is just out of vision, and if you blink forward, you're going to lose all the stalkers.
Yeah. Better safe than sorry. It's like if you pull it off, you look like a god, but if you don't, you look like an idiot. ByuN is ready to repair this. He's going to just blink right over here to the side. You know, until you have about 3 or 4 tanks, this is, like, really hard to deal with.
Yeah, it is. But this Liberator in the main base getting some good counter damage done. We'll get about 5 probes and some idle time over there. So, bit of tit for tat. Oh, that poor Stalker. Please go in the Warp Prism. No! Shift Q blink just not working out right there. Oh, and ByuN maybe with a little bit of F2 micro. Does send the Liberator back home. It gets picked off by the Stalkers in the main. And things are relatively even still. Now, I don't think there is a third command center for ByuN. I think he's really leaning heavily into the siege tank timing here at the third base with +1. He's even throwing down additional barracks here before third command center. So it feels like he's going for a killing blow, but I'm not sure he really has the tempo to make this work. Charge is almost done. We have 1 forge here. Already upgrading for Hero. So +1 ground weapons should finish around the same time as +1 infantry weapons here for the Terran. And there is the threat of these +1 zealots getting warped into the main base. And yeah, 3 more barracks. This is not necessarily all in, but this is about as aggressive as it gets, where you could still potentially macro out of it here for ByuN. And given the way this game is shaping up, I mean, Hero's gotten so much value out of these Blink Stalkers, although the Hellions were able to kill 7 probes back at home. I like his position a ton.
I like it a lot. It's like we were talking about earlier. I don't want to harp on this too much, but like I feel like he should have been doing this the whole series.
I mean, he's so good at it.
He's so talented at it. So Terran has to stay back and continue to develop. Stim about halfway done. More barracks coming down. Unless I missed it, there's no third command center.
No.
So this is really just him going for 2 base play. He needs to push and kill the third, or he needs to expand. But if he expands, it seems like it would just be too late. So it's going to have to be the former.
Really big supply block there for ByuN, by the way. He's building like 4. He was building like 4 depots at a time.
I didn't even notice that. Good catch.
Wait, what is going on? He's still at 102 out of 102. Is he just still supply blocked? I think he's floating so much minerals that he's just now throwing down a command center because of the supply block.
Yeah.
I'm not. Maybe this is the plan.
This is the pro move: is when you get the supply blocked, you attack them to free up the supply.
Yeah, that was a big. I mean, he's still at 109 out of 110. It's rare that you. I feel like we almost never comment on supply blocks for players in
it does
pro
happen.
matches here at the GSL, but this one has been really heavy, and I think it's because Heroes just had ByuN so up against the ropes this entire time. Eventually, you kind of lose that pacing,
like,
right? You kind of lose the step.
It's a lot of times when you get supply blocks is when you're getting harassed, and you're getting hit hard, and you kind of lose the rhythm. Nice shot on the mine. An overextension. He hits the medevac. He's got to be careful.
I think if
he went deep on that.
I think if he kills the medevac, it's worth it. But the fact that he didn't really does hurt because
yeah, you just go repair it, and you know the hull damage is permanent.
I mean, if you're going for charge zealots like this as Hero, which he should be mostly warping in charge zealots, I don't think he's going to build any more stalkers after these 11, at least until they die and he wants to replenish. The limiting factor in the fights against the Terran player before Ghosts get out on the field, it's the starport units. It's the Vikings, the medevacs. Oh my goodness, he gets right on top of that. Luckily there's Blink, but I think at least one more stalker should go down here from Concussive. You see ByuN actually migrating forward, trying to get Concussive on one more stalker. He does. That's a ton of damage.
Hero's racing up here in the middle of the map to try to meet this.
Oh, he wants to catch this so bad. Oh, he's blinking forward. He's going to be able to do it. He gets 2 of the medevacs right now. These sentries closing in. Should be able to get some of the bio.
Pretty nice force fields. The tanks are back here. Is he going to just try to push? He's going to warp in a lot of zealots. I think he's going to commit. He just needs to wait for Thermal Lance to finish. Or he can go right now. Here he comes in.
Yeah, coming in right now, blinking to the left side. There isn't a lot of units right here doing some nice shuttle micro with the Warp Prism. The Immortals focusing on the siege tanks, but there's just enough damage here on the backline for ByuN. A little bit of an overextension there for Hero, maybe a little bit too trigger happy.
Yeah, I think a little bit too gun-ho to get in there and try to do that damage. 2 tanks remain. The tanks are really what allow you to get a foothold and control your base. The 4th base is going to finish over here. Hero maintaining an expansion lead. Vikings poke out, but they're, I think, smartly so going to back up. Does he want to attack it again? I only see 1 Colossus.
I think right now you just kind of sit. You control the Terran player a little bit. That fight, while it did look like a bit of an overextension, Hero can afford that. He was able to blink forward, kill a lot of critical starport units. I think ByuN is still only on 1 starport, so the fact that he's down to, I think, 3 medevacs and 2 Vikings is huge here for Hero. Because ByuN not only does he need more medevacs to support the bio army that he's trying to build right now on 3 bases, but he also needs a healthy Viking count to deal with the sustained DPS of the Colossus on the map. So this is a really tricky position here for ByuN. I think he's oversaturated by like 13 SCVs on that 3rd base, whereas Hero is effectively double expanding. That 4th base, as soon as it finishes construction, he's taking the 5th. And he's able to macro up very happily back at home. You see he's even going into DC Blink. He's adding in a 2nd Forge. Disruptor's running the field. He's adding static defense on these bases that are a little bit more hard to defend. And if Hero just kind of plays the control game from this position, I think it's going to be very difficult for ByuN to macro out of it because he delayed his 3rd command center for so long. He went up to 5 barracks on 2 CC and didn't get anything done for it. He had nothing to show for sacrificing economy and going for army. And now he's in this awkward position where Hero is just a step ahead in terms of macro.
Hero's going to move out. This is a great angle for Hero. Good thing ByuN actually pulls away. 1 Marauder gets sniped off there. And, you know, he could attack in here. He almost doesn't even have to. I guess with no planetary, though, I mean, it's tempting, right?
I think you might want to attack in if you max because you know your economy is better.
Right,
but otherwise, you just do not let them take a 4th base.
Yeah, you can just basically perch out here. I think we're going to see 1 more warping round of Zealots.
I think
he's getting Stargates, by the way.
Hero's actually building pylons on the potential 4th bases of ByuN on the mini-map right now.
Yeah, that's actually so good. I wish we would see that more often.
Yeah, and as soon as he hits max pop, 2nd Robo comes in and double Stargate, air weapons begins. Transition is coming here for Hero, and so it looks like it's not going to be him attacking into this position. He's just going to build up even bigger back at home, and he is going to wait for ByuN to get out of this easily fortified position and force him to come out on the map. I love this play here from Hero. And ByuN, he's basically up against the wall right now. He really needs a win.
He's going to stim in once more.
Every starport unit that goes down is so critical. I mean, it is huge. It cannot be overstated.
So he did let the Terran take this 4th base over here. Now would be a good time to try to attack, and he's going to have to maybe take the wide angle route. No, he's going to come right down the stairs over here. We don't mind barely gets that shot off.
You see Hero, he's just trying to find
the hole in the
armor. Right. I think he's pressuring there because he doesn't want the siege tanks to come all the way down here.
Yeah.
He wants to force ByuN into a position where he doesn't really have the best arc.
Oh, this arc, by the way, insane for ByuN.
Oh, that disruptor shot, that was huge! 2 of them pop off! And if Hero turns around and takes this fight, I think it's going to be a win for him.
Now, again, there's no SCVs mining at this base. In fact, the 4th base is lifted off.
Yeah,
I think that's all Hero has to do. Yeah, he can't take it.
He just has to bleed ByuN out.
Remember, guys, like Hero doesn't have to come in here for the killing blow. He's just going to keep growing.
He's adding in 2 more He's going up to 4 Stargate at home with the Fleet Beacon.
It's pretty insane. He's going to move in. Is this an overextension?
Disruptor shots come through, able to connect with a Marauder and a couple of goes. ByuN is getting a pretty good win in this fight. That is a beautiful arc on the Stalkers. ByuN with some fantastic positioning on that army. Is it going to be enough, though? This is a highly upgraded Protoss force. Eventually, the army supplies are going to equalize, but the thing is, ByuN doesn't have the bank that Hero does. Hero is just instantly going to repop. He's building carriers 3 at a time. He's making 2 more Stargates, plus 2 air weapons, shields, and armor upgrades are all coming in. And this remax from Hero is going to be terrifying for ByuN to deal with. ByuN has no Vikings. He has 5 medevacs, and his anti-air is 12 Marines and 7 Ghosts. We're very soon going to have close to double-digit carriers on the field if Hero decides to wait on the Gateway Warpins and just focus purely on the Stargates.
I mean, we are so close to the end, it feels like.
ByuN has to defend this 4th.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't have that. The thing is, even then, it's like, how much more of the map can Hero take? Hero's almost, I think, literally taking every base on his side of the map to the point where you can start to throw stuff in there. His resource count is still low, as in he's spending his money, but this should end up piling up pretty quickly.
ByuN just needs to play the longest possible game here he can. He needs Hero to overextend on that 4th base, and ByuN needs to just completely dumpster the first army and force a remax, because Hero, that bank, it's going away very quickly. He is building an extremely expensive army. It's going to be at least 8 carriers on the field with +2 air weapons, with +2 shields. Mothership is also entering the field. So this is about as expensive as a late-game PvT army gets.
This is as late game can be, basically. ByuN is finally moving out. Now, there's going to be a little bit of brittleness on Hero's side as he's trying to get these carriers out.
And immobility, too.
Yeah.
And so ByuN splitting his army here, going for that base on the right side is a very smart play. And now he's seeing the carrier switch. Wouldn't be surprised to see ByuN immediately fire down some more Vikings.
Now, hold
restart
on a
Marine
second.
production.
ByuN is starting to tear through these bases. He's going to catch these carriers. This is wild. All right, he does manage to get over to that high ground area and kind of avoid this.
Oh, he's focusing down the medevacs. I love that so much.
Yeah, it's really smart. That way he can just pin this army.
I mean, the force on the field right now for Hero, this army is insane. 8 carriers. Hero has more carriers than ByuN has medevacs and Vikings. The same amount right now, 8 to 8. This is just absolutely absurd. The army that Hero's been able to build. I mean, ByuN, his army looks like a typical mid-game army, whereas Hero has he's like the RPG character with all of the highest level gear.
Yeah, he's completely maxed out.
He bought the DLC that gives him an extra 10 levels.
He beat all the secret bosses, and now he's got all the good weapons.
ByuN just finished a round of it. Oh my god, the recall on the left side,
So
we completely missed this. He just unseats the 4th base with disruptor shots. ByuN can't even get on top of the carriers. He's trying to stem forward. Are there more disruptor shots? Force fields are coming in. Time warp comes down. And even the observer was caught off guard by that Mothership recall on the left side right there.
Crazy.
I love how much Mothership we're seeing in this patch. By the way.
I like it. Well, I kind of missed the unit for a while. For in periods of StarCraft 2, it was nerfed to the point where it's just like not an interesting unit anymore. So he's going to stem come in here now. Now, this should be the GG moment. I mean, there's just nothing that ByuN can do. I can't even believe ByuN was in this game for this long, honestly.
He did a great job of holding on, but Hero just a tempo ahead.
He's too good.
Wow, what a 6 series. These games have been so good so far today.
This has probably so far been the best day of GSL.
I feel we've had 2 best days of GSL so far this season. It's just been, killer, man. What a good series. I cannot wait to get into that winner's match.
And, Hero wins with carriers, but he knew when to hold out for the carriers. And that was a technical game. I mean, he basically kind of stayed outside the 3rd base and then eventually the 4th, just long enough to take the whole map. There's no way that, because if ByuN, let's say he picks up his whole army with medevacs and tries to fly out on the map, you just go into the 3rd and kill it. It's a really good positional game.
It reminded me of the way Maru played in Game 1, where he just took the middle and then denies all the bases on the side and then remaxes and wins it. Very cool. Guys, when we get back, the winner's match, Maru versus Hero. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a minute.
Go ahead and take all your winnings, but one thing that you got to know, know where you may go. So hold on to the highs while you're alright. Cause you know you're gonna come down. Just a matter of time and you will find everything comes back around. Comes back around, comes back around, back around. Comes back around, comes back around. So hold on to the highs while you're alright. Cause you know you're gonna come down. Just a matter of time and you will find everything comes back around. So hold on to the highs while you're alright. Cause you know you're gonna come down. Just a matter of time and you will find everything comes back around. Comes back around, comes back around, back around. Comes back around, comes back around.
I keep them guessing. No, I ain't stressing. Don't ask me where I've been. I'm expressing, not finessing. I've been stacking up all these wins. Busting out my dancing shoes. Yeah, I'm way on top. Yeah, I'm way on top. Over here we never lose. And I've never really ever been better. Never been better. Better than ever. Oh, better than ever. Never been better. Better than ever. Woo! 1, 2, 3, let's go now. I'm always only ever making money. It keeps on coming in high. You know it's raining even when it's sunny. So are you ready or not? Busting out my dancing shoes. Over here we never lose. Never been better. Gonna feel it like sunshine. Better than ever. Never been better. Better than ever. Never been better. Oh yeah. No, I've never been better. I've never been better. Never been better. Call me a go-getter. I want this forever. I've never been better. Never been better. Gonna feel it like sunshine. Better than ever. Never been better. Better than ever. Never been better.
inside will set you free. Ooh. Don't you wait, don't you freeze. Take my hand and run with me. Don't you wait, don't you freeze. Take my hand and run with me. You don't know the power that you have. Come on, change your mind, you'll see. Look around at what we have become. Come on, change your pace, you're free. Yeah. Don't you wait, don't you freeze. Take my hand and run with me. Don't you wait, don't you freeze. Take my hand and run with me. All you want and all you need, what's inside will set you free. Ooh.
You give me tunnel vision. 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 You give me.
What's up, everybody? We're back, and it's time to go to the winner's match. So far, this has been like the greatest TVPs ever.
Yeah, this has been a
so
treat,
good.
man. This feels like a breakthrough moment for Protoss in Korea right now at GSL. In Group B,
Yeah.
the round of 16, we had some of the best PPZs that we have seen in years out here. And now, round of 8 Group A, some of the best PPTs. Even if Hero and Classic don't advance, the series have just been so exciting. I mean, all day.
Yeah.
It's been a ton of fun. And now Maru versus Hero, one of these guys is going to find their way into the round of 4. Is it going to be Hero carrying Protoss all the way back from the top 4, or is Maru going to try and get, what, his 8th? It's going to be 8th GSL victory?
Yeah.
I'm losing count.
Is it going to be G8L finally?
What are we going to do when it gets double digits?
I
man?
don't know. I don't know, man. Site Delta is going to be where we're going to start this off. Then Ghost River and Oceanborn.
I'm a little sad we're not seeing more of the new maps. A lot of Ghost River.
Well, I mean, you know, is it that shocking that pro gamers are going to pick, you know, the maps they want to play on more? We'll see if we get we get to the semis and the finals, maybe we'll get lucky, get something cool there.
I'm sure we will, especially when we go to a best of 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I think by the time we get to next season, we're going to have a whole new slew of maps here, so that'll be very cool. All right, guys, Site Delta loading up. Let's find out who goes on into the round of 4. Excuse me, Maru versus Hero. Round of 4.
Are we going to do the introductions? No, we're not. Maru top left, Hero bottom right, but 2 SCVs?
No, just one, I think.
Just
no.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Just one.
I saw on the monitor the second SCV going down, but it is just for the depot. So proxy barracks here for Maru. Cheeky.
Pretty far out, too.
Yeah,
like you're not going to find this with a probe.
I was thinking at first it was going to be double proxy Marauder again.
Yeah, me too.
That's how Akira just absolutely rinsed Hero in the round of 16, but no, this is going to be a very hard spot to scout even.
Yeah, it's closer to the the Protoss's base, but it's not like right out there.
Yeah,
double gas, so he might make a factory after the barracks is done. Might be a 1-1-1 proxy.
Yeah, it might be. I'm wondering how aggressive Maru is going to be with this.
Well, what's funny, too, is that Hero never scouted. Hero was scouting across the map immediately versus ByuN. But he's not doing it this time. So this is really... I mean, if you're proxying and they don't scout you, that is literally the best possible situation. Oh, he's not going to make a factory over there.
He might make it closer. He might make it at like the linear third base or something like that. We'll see where this SCV goes. I guess just back at home. He's going to scout the natural expansion. I really thought he was going to proxy it closer, but instead build that.
Yeah, that's funny. Okay, so it's not as dramatic of a proxy as we thought. And the probe is going to get here right as the Reaper comes out. I think he's...
Is he really going to miss this?
See it. Yeah. He's not going to see the barracks. He's not going to see the Reaper. He is going to see the bunker. Remember that probes have that increased range, but...
When the SCV's there, it doesn't matter, though.
Yeah.
It's the best possible position.
It's a good SCV. It's going to just keep a good RNG SCV.
Oh, my God.
Give that SCV a medal. Now the Reaper can just get inside the bunker. He's going to get a kill on this probe. Oh, my God.
That SCV needs to buy a lottery ticket.
That
was absurd.
And, of course, you can micro the SCV in and out, so it's, like, really hard. Normally if we're dealing with a bunker... Oh!
Wow. Spicy. All right, so with a shield battery and the Stalker, Hero should be able to slowly chip away at this, but it's not until you have 2 Stalkers and you start to micro on top of that SCV that you can really get some damage done, but Reaper actually just going to come up here into the main base. Now, there is a Reaper wall, so this might get taken out, and in fact, I think it will. Hero should be able to corner this with the one coming in from the natural expansion. Indeed, he does. And are we going to have a proxy in the natural expansion of Maru? I'm very curious about this. We might see a Robo go down. We might see a Gateway. And yeah, I think that's a Gateway going down right there in the corner. Double Widow Mines in production here for Maru. That probe is going to sneak up the map or the ramp. Sees the reactor factory. 2 Stalkers already moving cross map. We'll see if Hero throws down another Gateway. Oh, it's a shield battery. Oh, this is going to be a nice contain up here. I mean, without siege tanks, it's hard to break out, especially if you're going for Widow Mines instead of Cyclones.
No, exactly. I mean, you could basically just camp out there. This is really smart. I am so happy to see this. It's perfect against the Widow Mines. Now, he's going to go for a drop. Obviously, Hero doesn't know that, but if he sends the probe up to peak, he's going to see Widow Mines coming out. Now, wow. Again, when the probe comes up there, that doesn't necessarily tell you anything. Now, I still don't know where this game's going to go. Okay, you could have Widow Mines completely wipe out all the workers and Hero dies. Conversely, Hero could just run up the ramp and kill him. Thank God he got that closed up, by the way.
All right, Hero pushing up the ramp right now is going to focus down the first supply depot. The medevacs are getting... He's just going to go all the way to the main base with Widow Mines. He's not coming home. He only has this one Marine. There are no bio units at all on the ground right now for Maru. SCV's unable to get this around here. There is a shield battery in the natural expansion of Maru.
I think that actually Maru's dead.
Yeah, I don't know how he can hold this. I mean, even if he gets like the best Widow Mine hits of all time here in the main base, 2 more Widow Mines coming down in. Some nice hits, 13 probes in total, but there's just so many Stalkers right now. We need to see Maru use this slippery Cyclone, but keep in mind, Lock-on, it has a small period where it has to recharge. You see it right there. It's not constantly going to be microing with a moving shot. So many SCVs are getting focused down right now by Hero. He's warping in additional stalkers. He retreats back into the natural expansion to the shield battery, recharges those shields, pushes up again.
Oh my god.
Warp Prism
coming. Dude, this is so crazy. Just barely out of range. Again,
18 SCVs have fallen right now.
How many more SCVs can he lose at this point in time?
I mean, maybe with a siege tank you can hold here, but even that Banshee is so low on HP. There's like very little mining even for Maru. It's going to be hard for him to even repair the
that's a good point.
and
Yeah,
the Banshees.
he basically doesn't have an income right now. He's literally just now starting to mine again.
Oh, he's going to go for the siege tank. Doesn't quite get it.
But he's got a Warp Prism, so he can juggle this up there.
You might even just warp in some Zealots to tank it or go straight into the main base.
Another drop over here. This is such an insane game. I don't know that Hero's looking. He is. He pulls.
Is. Keep in mind, in this patch, you get a notification before it attacks now. It's harder to get caught off guard. Oh, he kills the own medivac!
Oh,
he kills his own medivac! Oh, it's absurd.
This is insane.
13 SCVs to 28 probes right now. Hero is chrono boosting more out. Keep in mind, Maru still can't take his natural expansion. Now, he might be able to stabilize with the most defensive siege tank positioning you've ever seen back at home.
Should he recall the Warp Prism?
I guess he does. What an insane start to this game.
So this is 17 SCVs to 32 probes. Now, when you're on 1 base to 2 base, and you're the 1 base guy and your expansion is getting delayed, it is so bad. It is so bad. He's going to try to move out again. I think, honestly, Hero could just go straight into that kind of Warp Prism Stalker style with you blink and everything and probably win this game.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Even taking this natural expansion is going to be hard for Maru.
Look at that, he's just out of range.
He has to inch forward to a range where the Stalkers are basically in range of the shield battery too.
Yeah.
I feel like you almost need SCVs to repair the siege tank, but Hero is not going to overstay his welcome. I think he knows that he has this advantage right now.
Yeah, I think he knows he should be able to just close this out. Now there's a Raven coming out, probably a smart move.
Oh, and it's just going to be charge coming in from Hero, not going into Blink. Maybe he figures he has such an economic lead right now, killing 20 plus SCVs, and having, he's been like mining on 2 bases maybe 3 or 4 more minutes than his opponent. I mean, his economy is huge. I think we're going to see what he tried to do against ByuN, which didn't work, the Charge Zealot with Archons.
I think so.
But this time, his economy is going to be so much bigger than his opponent's.
Well, he's been up for so long now. I mean, that fresh expansion's only been up for about a minute here for Maru.
Think of how mined out his main base must be with the mules getting dropped. Even this Banshee gets taken out.
Perfect surround. Now, obviously, he's going to see the rush is coming. Definitely get ready to protect your main.
It's the saddest main base I've seen.
I know. It is so barren in there. There's like just nothing.
That's crazy.
So I guess the idea is you're going to juggle the Stalkers up into the main.
He's making a 3rd command center.
Yeah, that's actually wild to me.
Maru's like, I need just to survive on 2 bases right now. That's my only win.
I guess you got to do something pretty committed. He's going to get the
my
the Raven.
God.
Oh,
Raven goes down. Storm is getting researched here for Hero, so he's not going to push up just yet. But the army on the ground for Maru is so small, and yeah, Heroes isn't that big just yet.
Dude,
oh my God, Stim's going to get canceled. Isn't this the only barracks? Oh, he can't get Stim. He has to rebuild the tech lab.
That's crazy.
Maru needs to just keep making siege tanks and bunkers, man. I don't know how he's going to survive this. He needs to just have enough on the ground out here in the natural expansion that Hero simply can't break him, and then just slowly take a 3rd while building SCVs. Like, that is how you come back here as Maru, but this is such a sad position. It's like he's going to have 1-1 before Sim, potentially, here. The engineering base hasn't even started. He's got a double engineering base coming in.
So I guess he just stays back. He can grow.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see Maru is kind of limping into the mid game.
This is crazy. I've never seen a Terran so hamstringed.
Yeah,
in the early game like this.
It's impressive he survived it, and it was also really cool to see Hero hold that Widowmine drop. I mean, there were so many moments on either side they could have lost. Such a great game so far.
And I think Maru is playing this the correct way, too. He's being greedy. He's going double engineering bay. He has the 3rd command center. He's really slow to getting Stim out and adding the additional barracks.
The fact that Stim was denied, I mean, we're about to pass 10 minutes and it's still not in the game.
It's like a
crazy.
third gun.
Yeah. And so Hero's up to 4 bases now.
I feel like this game, I mean, Maru can come back in this, absolutely. It's a tough road ahead, but there is potential that, you know, Hero takes a bad engagement and throws it away, but after all these incredibly intense matches in the first 2 series, this feels like the part of the sitcom where you have like the comic relief character come in.
That's right.
It's like you're watching a really dramatic movie. It's like Schindler's List or something, and then it's like, all right, we have like 1 minute where we can joke and be happy, and then we're going to go back to just being sad all the time. On the edge of our seats.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that 4th base was done, but it's almost done. Either way, I mean, economically, Hero is looking just so good. Now, the Army supplies are pretty even. The worker count is pretty close, but development-wise, Hero is already where he wants to be. He's getting finished up that gateway explosion. He's got armor coming. He's getting the 2nd forge. It's hard for Terran to take a 3rd base. I don't even know what the right time would be for how behind he is.
Yeah, this is not looking good. I guess the 1-1 with Stim timing is you taking your 3rd base instead of moving across the map to attack the Protoss. But the thing is, Maru actually has a ton of siege tanks. He's been building them nonstop because he basically needs them to survive. He's scanning to try and see what the army composition is here for Hero. +2 ground weapons and +1 armor are coming in for the Protoss player. And, okay, we do have 1-1 here for Maru. I wasn't actually sure if that was complete yet, but no armory. So I think Maru might just... I feel like because there's no armory, I'm half expecting him to try and get some damage done, but it could just be that he feels so stunted that he's just going to wait and make sure he can stabilize before he reinvests even more resources into getting 2-2. You know, Maru's one of the best players in the world and just kind of slowing this down. What a stim.
Yeah.
Or not a stim, excuse me, the storm.
It was so well done. It's interesting to see that the Storm War Prism combo has gotten so popular. The same thing is happening right now in PvT and StarCraft 1 too.
Well, I think it's
Shuttle Templar.
It's necessary because Ghosts are just the unit you go for regardless of whether your opponent goes into Storm, right? So it's the only way you can really try and get some reliable Storm damage in up until Vikings are down. Snipe the War Prism in. All right, Heroes coming in on the left side. That is a lot of charge zealots. This Surrat is huge. Oh, the Storms are massive. The Marines just get completely eviscerated right there.
He doesn't even have all of his zealots attacking. Some of them are just like standing there. GG. Hero takes game 1. Really impressive. Yeah. Is it possible he could take game 2 and get out of this group first?
That's crazy. He's 1 map win away now.
Yeah. Yeah, he looked really good. And by the way, I mean, what Maru did was pretty interesting, but the response from Hero was even better.
Just the fact that Hero was able to kill 20 SCVs when Maru was effectively on 1 base, and then also delay the commands that are coming down in the natural for so long.
You know, at any moment there, Hero could have ended up behind in workers. Widow Mines kill stuff so fast, but the fact that he was juggling that much is wild.
I think they might have even lost the same number of workers there with the harassment, with the Widow Mines and the SCVs going down.
Yeah,
but the
might
fact
have, but he was on 2 bases, so I guess you recover.
You have the Nexus there, you're gathering all the minerals of the natural expansion, you have Chronoboost as the Protoss player, and then of course Maru was so hamstringed he couldn't take the natural for a long time, he couldn't take a 3rd base, he just limped into the mid game, and as soon as he takes that 3rd, Hero's like, no, time to kill you.
I'm excited for map 2 here. Now, Ghost River, this map structurally is pretty different. You know, are we going to have any kind of weird proxies? Again, Hero also does a lot of crazy, cheesy stuff. Let's find out, guys, as Maru vs. Hero continues on.
All right, back on Ghost River. Maru's spawning in the top right. Hero in the top left. No early SCVs or probes out on the map here. And Hero is now 1 map win away from being the first player to advance to the round of 4. I'm impressed, man. He looked a little bit shaky in the group stages before.
Yeah, he did. I was actually not too sure how he was going to perform because of that.
I mean, Cure just played so well against him in that TVP. He did the double Marauder, the proxy Marauder cheese, and then he came in with maybe the last iteration we will see in pro play of the Armory Widow Mine drop.
Yeah.
And it was just absolutely brutal. And then he went against Ryung, of all people, and Ryung just flexed on him in the late game.
Yeah, that was weird. That was this moment where I thought, well, because sometimes players play so well that I'm like, oh, you're like the new best player. And then they start to fall off, and I don't feel like I've quite caught up with that internally. And, you know, I feel like I had that a little bit with Hero. I'm like, oh, you're so good when he was, like, on top of everything. And then to see him play like that, I thought, oh, it's too bad. Maybe he, you know, it was a brief period of time where he was dominant. But, no, he looks really good, and especially today.
It feels like he kind of went back to the drawing board a little bit. And after Group D kind of recognized PBT as potentially an area of weakness, that has been honing in on that because his play is so much more solid today.
Right.
Against both ByuN and Maru. And here against Maru now, I'm wondering if we're going to see a more aggressive Hero because Maru is one of those players that is just, I mean, he just is the best late game Terran player in the world. Like up with, like even, if we're not even counting races, like it's Maru and Sero are the best 2 late game players, bar none globally. It's not remotely close. And Hero struggled a little bit against ByuN in the late game.
Right.
In those stages before. And so I'm thinking here for Hero, you're already up 1 map, you're playing on Ghost River now. Maybe you bring out something a little bit more aggressive. Maybe now you go with a 4-gate blink. Maybe now you go for some kind of aggressive timing attack, either with Colossus or something else.
Yeah, sure.
And you try to end the game before you let Maru get to that spot where he feels almost unstoppable. Because you only need to win 1 map. You can do some crazy plays that are risky and a low % chance of winning and just gun it for 1 map win.
I mean, I guess the question is, you know, what is this game going to look like if you don't, you know, because Maru didn't like to do anything cheesy, and Hero's not going to do some kind of contain outside the natural. So what happens if Maru gets the bases he needs up right away? How does that look? How does that go?
Yeah, well, we will see. Twilight Council is coming in. I'm expecting we won't see charge again from Hero. More likely to go blink on this map. In the previous series, he was opting for, I think, 2 and then 3-gate blink, so nothing hyper aggressive, but this could be where he changes it up a little bit. Even with 3-gate blink, you can be really aggressive if you're non-stop on the warp-ins.
Right.
You don't necessarily have to take that 3rd base super quickly or focus on you know, double gas and macroing up the probes back at home. 2 more gateways are in production. These adepts are going to be able to kill the Hellion once the shade completes, and it did not see the Twilight Council, so Hero Maru is in the dark.
Literally sees nothing. So, I mean, that's a bit of a loss there for Maru. Nice start for Hero. We've seen Hero go for Blink Expand, but we have the Robo starting now. We have 2 gates. Are we going to have a 4th? I feel like we're just trying to channel this in. And
yeah, I think we really
every time
are.
we talk about it, I'm like, this is the time, guys. For real, this is the one.
If it was 4-gate blink, the 4th gate would already be down, though. So
Dude, he spots that? Oh, wait. Did he? Did he not?
I think he might have barely.
Well, he'd be moving these probes, and he'd have the stalkers coming in if he did.
Oh, quick response,
citizens
actually.
arrest here.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, wait, no, with stalker, no. Okay, it's not that beautiful, but still, only 1 probe going down and 1 stalker.
It's not perfect. Also, Blink's going to be done soon.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Hero's one of those Protoss players that Chrono Boost Blink really fast. Anytime I go for this kind of Blink play, I like to just let it finish nice and slow and have a huge mass of stalkers. But Hero has been getting so much value out of this fast Blink. He might be able to get this medevac with a 2nd Blink, but I think it's just going to be able to get to the main base. And double assimilator once again here.
That was scary, man. He almost
so
got
close.
it. He's so good. Gonna get this SCV? No, the bunker's gonna finish. Really?
Huh.
Okay. Kind of a funny interaction.
Well, I guess the adepts aren't too useful here in the mid game, and if you could trade them out for what, like an SCV and a handful of Marines, maybe that is worth it. Here for Hero, and once again he's going into double gas, so likely going to be the Colossus transition, or no, it's going to be Storm again with fast charge and fast forge. All this before 3rd base, by the way.
Okay, the Raven's looping around here. And he's probably going to chuck some auto turrets down here. We have the Warp Prism out. I mean, he could start to warp in a lot of Stalkers. You need a certain number of tanks to basically hold off, you know, whatever they're going to have as far as blinking into your base. I think Terran's almost there as well. You need like 1 tank in the natural, 1 at your ramp, and 1 in your main. And kind of have them almost like daisy chained together so they cover each other.
Yeah, I feel like Hero's almost just feigning the pressure here with the Blink. No, this is one of the things, too. If you're a Protoss player like Hero who has a reputation for going 4-gate Blink and just killing people with it, is that you just go Blink and Terran doesn't know how many gateways you have. I mean, that's him scouting a little bit and also feigning this pressure here on Maru. Maru has to play very safe with all these siege tanks. because if Hero does go for 4-gate blink, especially here on Ghost River, you got to be able to defend. Otherwise, you're just completely knocked out. It's not like you're going against some B-tier Protoss player where you can half-ass the defense and still manage it. Hero's the best in the business at doing this, and so instead, he's mixing it up. He's going for charge, he's going for storm, he's taking that third base a little bit later than usual. But I don't think this is necessarily a style that Maru is going to expect from Hero. And those Templar are out very early too, by the way. They're already have enough energy for one storm, and by the time that Maru pushes across the map or Hero pushes across the map for an engagement, there's going to be a lot of storms in the bank.
So, you know, for now, it's going to quiet down a little bit here. I mean, just going to be production from Maru. Continue to crank out units. He's played a conservative game. Hero, you know, I think you're right, Art. You know, he did basically feign that blink pressure just to get other bases up and running. Ooh. He's going to have to turn that around.
Yeah, Raven dropping on turret here. The natural expansion is going to get one probe, but nothing more than that. And he gets the medevac.
You know, man, I'm just saying there's so many things going well for Hero.
This is one of these things, too, about new maps, is Maru might just think that he has a path to go there, but it isn't safe. It's not safe. I actually thought there was enough dead airspace that the medevac could retreat home safely.
I thought the same thing. Yeah, we're kind of having to wrap our heads around these maps ourselves here.
I mean, Hero must have 6 or 7 storms in total in the bank right now. Maru has lost. Wait, did he lose the? No, it's still in the top left. So he has the Raven, but he's lost, I think, 2 medevacs in total.
Well, the Raven's also not done that much. That battery just healed that probe.
I mean, more Widow Mines are coming out.
Again, this is like a nuisance, but, you know, you're expecting to kill several probes. You know, well, at least in the past you would be with that.
Oh, good opportunity here for Storm.
Oh, my God. The greatest storms ever. And now I think the CC has to lift. Yeah, but the SCVs are stuck outside.
Hero has so many storms that he stormed the same army 4 times.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to take the Marauders out with Storm 2.
All right, Widow Mine drop coming in here into the third base.
Is Hero watching?
He should get an alert, yeah. Actually just sees it, and he's going to take down another medevac too. Only going to lose a handful of probes. Warp Prism, or not Warp Prism, excuse me. Widow Mine is going to be able to take down one of these Stalkers, but
dude, I can't
this is another win for Hero.
I can't believe how well
the
Hero's
Raven,
playing.
Is that getting F2'd? Stalkers, if Hero sees this, he blinks on it, it's dead.
Yeah, that was getting F2'd.
Maru realizes Hero does not. A little bit of a lucky
so
break there for Maru, but I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on to this third base, man. I feel like one big round of Zealot Warpins. How many do we have on the field right now? Maybe. I really want to see the units tab. It seems like there actually aren't that many. Yeah, only 5. If Hero had a couple more minerals in the bank for one round of Zealot Warpin, I think he just breaks his position. But as it is right now, his army is really fragile against siege tanks. He doesn't have that meat shield in the front to really hang on. 1 or 2 rounds of macro with Zealots, and this third base is going to be in a very tough spot. He has Colossus, he has Storm, a ton of Blink Stalkers.
Oh, it's 1 Ghost here. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There's a couple more above this. Again, he's got to be careful not to overextend. This is kind of a weird movement here. He's sending everything back but the Stalkers. Blinks that away. Now, I think if he were to overextend there, that would be the dream for Maru. So I think he looked at it, he said, it's too much of a tight area. I already slowed him down once. Let's try to get further ahead.
I think Maru is just doing what Maru does best, which is play the defense game. And this is really smart too, because all those things in the early game that went well for Hero, dealing with the Widow Mine harassment very well, sniping some medevacs, they don't matter that much when both players reach maxed armies. And Maru is so good with his control in the late game that unless Hero is able to find an opening, which potentially this is out of range of the sensor tower. I don't even think there's vision from the depots on those rocks. Hero catching Maru a little bit off guard right now. He's actually blinking into the natural expansion. It's a dangerous position. Good storm on the Vikings. They're all down to half HP now. Another storm is going to push them away again. Those ghosts even potentially getting sniped. Oh, these storms are huge,
These storms are crazy. I mean, Maru is barely hanging on. By the way, Hero just continuing to gobble up the map. He's now filling in the bottom. Only 1 more base on his side of the map to take. Maru hanging on by a thread here. tanks sieging up around this area.
Tanks are in a great position, by the way.
Not a bad Blinken. Snipes a Ghost.
Yeah, it's enough Stalkers to one-shot him.
I'm surprised he's not tearing down the rocks.
Yeah, that would be a good play, right?
Seems like the Colossi could just start to hit that. He's going to wrap all the way around. Now, there's not really much defending this to the right of the stairs, but Hero backs up. Hero's maxed out, by the way.
He's just focused on stopping that 4th base. That's the game plan, I think. Well, he knows he's maxed. He's adding additional bases. He's getting more gateways, more robos. He's mixing in more disruptors.
You know, hold on a second. We have a big attack coming in here. Can Maru hang on? Another storm comes down.
Oh, the storms are just completely massive. The ghosts are getting nothing done on the Templar. All the ghosts just fail to do it, but the arc here for Maru is really good on the defense. Disruptor shot is not going to be able to connect, so a good trade there for Hero at the very beginning. Keep in mind, he does have the better economy, so if he can retreat with this army and reinforce, it's going to be tough there for Maru. I'm actually surprised Maru was able to hold on as well as he did despite just eating those storms. I feel like
it's kind of crazy. Well, the thing is, though, you took out all the tanks.
Yeah.
It's just the infantry that are going to be remade. He didn't drop the Colossus. I think he actually just warped that back home. That or it's standing in the bottom. I can't tell. Is that a pylon in the bottom? What is that in the bottom middle?
I think it's a pylon.
Okay, yeah. He sent the Colossus back home. He just needs to rinse and repeat. Now, keep in mind, on this map, you know which base they're going to take. They have to expand in a descending order down. So the 4th base can only be in one spot. Ouch.
That's very linear. All right, Command Center now coming in, and Hero, he's already done his reinforcement. He is re-maxed. Ton of charged out and Stalkers coming through. Disruptor shot is not going to be able to connect with the bio. But this is such a tough position for Maru to defend now that he has lost those siege tanks. And even the upgrades are so advantageous here for Hero. It's rare that you see a Protoss player this far advanced in upgrades compared to the Terran. Oh, that Disruptor shot could be huge! Gets a Ghost and a Marauder and then some. Another shot's really good. Storms once again coming down on the bio. This is so much damage.
It's insane that Maru's still alive. Medevac's drained on energy. Hero almost, okay, that was kind of funny. I don't know if he needed to do that, but he's going to move in again. Is this the tipping point? Is this the point where the damage is just too high? Another attack in. I just feel like Hero needs to wrap around to the other side here and find another angle. This is such a, and he's not destroying the rocks too, which is kind of bewildering.
I mean, his economy is just so good. I think he wants to just continuously reinforce this position and trade out because his economy is so much better. He's maxed again. Disruptor shots come through. All of the bio is gone here for Maru. It's just the reinforcements coming in from the main. I think Hero's going to the round of 4.
Wow.
2-0 over Maru.
That was something else. That was very cool.
Protoss is alive, Tasteless.
Protoss is back. Remember the StarCraft 1 campaign, how strong the Protoss were? We're going back to that.
Ascended from the grave. Wow, what a win there for Hero. He's going to be feeling really good, showing a diverse range of styles, and man, just shutting Maru down from taking that 4th base. Maru tries to defend. He's shaking his head at ByuN. He's not happy with it, but he's going to have to go down to the final match. Man, what a crazy series.
We're going to go to that interview now, see how Hero is feeling. He is moving on here into the next round of the GSL.
All right, so we're going to have the interview with Hero. Hero, how you feeling? Congratulations. He says thank you. After the patch, we have some changes in balance. We have some new maps. How did you prepare for the semifinals? Well, when I think about my performance in recent tournaments, I've been really unsatisfied. So for the round of 8, I practiced very hard. I came to the studio early. I was warming up on stage before the games even began, and it paid off. You had some tough matchups, especially against Maru, even though that was a 2-0. The games were very close. It felt like you were playing a lot of mind games, feigning pressure. And eventually you settled on a style where you were trading out armies with a superior economy. How did that come through? Well, it felt like my opponents were kind of playing some aggressive, almost all-in styles, so I tried to play passively and just absorb the impact and then macro out of it. In the first map against Maru, were you aware that he was going for a Proxy Reaper? And what prompted you to go for the proxy gateway in his natural expansion? Did he prepare for that situation specifically?
프로브 나가는 시점이랑 딱 맞물려가지고 될 것 같아가지고 시도를 해봤는데.
Well, I had a feeling that I was going to get proxied. I wasn't sure.
약간 반 올인식으로 해보자 했는데 그게 잘 통했던 것 같습니다.
But based on my opponent's scouting pattern, I guessed that it was probably going to be a proxy, and so I decided I want to pressure. I couldn't all in, but I did want to put on pressure. So now they're asking, your opponent to the semifinals is going to be a player from the other group. How do you feel about that? Maybe I got that wrong. He's just talking about his hands now. He's saying he feels really warmed up. He's happy to show good games for his fans, and especially against Maru, he was happy to get the 2-0. And he's determined to continue to show more good games, so please continue to cheer for me. All right. Well, that's Hero going to the round of 4, everybody. First player in. When we get back, the elimination match between ByuN and Classic. We'll see you soon.
The moon is shining, and I am sensing danger. Where the stars align, my mood is slowly changing. Something's haunting me, lurking in the dark. Carefully, it is stalking from afar. Like a thief in the night, it's staying out of my sight. But I'm not afraid, so I will stay and put up a fight. I don't care if it hurts, or if I crash down and burn. I will rise like a phoenix from the ashes and return.
talking, whispering to me. Trying to keep my calm by counting down the sheep. Counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 sheep. Slowly they're coming for me, but I don't get what I'm doing wrong. Counting 4, 5, 6, but it is hard. They try to tear me apart. I am done with the misery. Like a thief in the night, it's staying out of my sight. But I'm not afraid, so I will stay and put up a fight. I don't care if it hurts, or if I crash down and burn. I will rise like a phoenix from the ashes and return.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to eliminate one of these two players coming up. This is ByuN versus Classic. This has been a crazy good group. Very interesting games. Hero actually beating Maru in the winners match, which makes it even harder to imagine one of these two advancing. I mean, Maru is basically the greatest GSL player of all time. I thought it was an easy pick to have him get out first, but here we are now.
Yeah, Hero looked really good against Maru, and ByuN was able to take a map off of him, but Hero and Classic both play very different styles based on what we've seen showcased so far today. Hero's a lot more aggressive, a lot more gateway units focused with Storm, with Link, with Charge. Classic, I think in every single game against Maru went some kind of variant of 2-base Robo Stargate or Stargate Robo into a third and played these incredibly high-tech armies. Now, Maru is a lot more passive than ByuN. It's hard to make that style work against somebody who might be as aggressive as ByuN might be in this series. So we'll see if Classic adapts. Yep. We'll see how good his style is at hanging with these aggressive plays that ByuN might bring to the table in this series. I think in this matchup, just given their styles, I have to give ByuN the edge. But who knows? We might have another upset.
Yeah, let's see, man. ByuN is like the most aggressive terror we have, basically. So. Can Classic's passive style work? Let's find out as we go into game one. All right, top right, we've got ByuN. Bottom left, we have Classic.
Back on Alcyone. This was, I think, the first map that Classic and Maru played in their series where, either the first or the second, where Maru went for that really cool control play in the middle of the map with sensor towers, with turrets, with mass Vikings against Classic's airball. I wonder if he's going to try and play Sky Toss again here against ByuN, or if he'll make some adjustments, because these are the kind of things that, oh, his probe is, I like that cute little rally there to make sure he doubles up on the second mineral patch, but these are the adjustments that you have to make in the GSL as you play through the group, because you're not always going to play against the same style of player all the time. And Classic certainly had the time to prepare for this matchup. I mean, the current GSL format, it's only 1 day a week. It's every Thursday, 6:30 p.m., except for the finals, which are going to start about an hour and a half early in a couple of weeks. But Classic has had a lot of time to workshop different strategies coming into this one, and I'm very curious if he has just settled on this as being his approach to PvT, if it's just rock solid, or if he does have some variations. Because against Maru, it felt like every single game was pretty much the same kind of approach, you know? He was working with the same, you know, skeleton of a build and just making very small adjustments as the games went on.
Now, you know, in this game, it's funny, we have the same block again on the command center. It's interesting just to have that off-centered, so you have to pick it up and land it back down. Thinking of the way the Classic played makes me think of Stats, actually.
Yeah, they're similar.
Stats was the Protoss, out of all the ones we've had in GSL, that was probably the best at kind of staying, I don't know if removed is the right way, just kind of a development-based Protoss, defending everything, getting to a point where you finally built up this lead and then crushing. And you know, it's hard to do. Protoss can be pretty brittle early on. You know, I mean, we've all experienced Widow Mine drops, but there's just a lot of moments you can try to outposition them, punish their one time they can recall before hitting them somewhere else. And we got to see it a little bit with Classic. What's fascinating about the Classic Maru game is that Maru stays back, kind of made that wall of turrets, which we just don't really see that. But when you look at it, you go, oh, that kind of makes perfect sense. And then did that mass Viking SCV repair thing. I don't know, it was really interesting to see.
I mean, on paper, if you are playing as Classic's position, you have oracles you can work with. Oh, a little bit of miss micro there. With a Hellion here, this complicates the math a little bit, but these Marines have taken so much damage. The Stalker's going to get away scot-free. Oh, the Adept actually pairing up. Man, our Protoss gamers are gaming today.
What is happening? That was so good. What?
By the way, those Marines, there's 5 Marines that are just getting bullied by 1 Stalker down in the natural expansion. And there's an Oracle coming out, Tasteless. This has the potential to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, well, especially if Terran tries to push out, like as the Oracle comes in.
You almost never see the first Stalker get that much work done.
Well, this is already so bad here for ByuN.
And Classic kind of wants to fight this, too. He wants to get more damage on these Marines. Unfortunately for him, the medevac is out now, so they won't be quite as bruised as he would like with the Oracle, but there is a chance that Classic just comes into the natural expansion right now with the gateway units, and the Oracle goes into the main, and a ton of damage is done.
I mean, there's going to be a big drop inbound here. This game's about to get crazy. There's nothing to defend back at home. This isn't like a Widow Mine drop either. This is just going to be pure damage.
Did Classic see the dropship going cross map, or no?
No, he didn't see it at all.
Okay. Oracle in the main base right now taking down SCVs. Classic should know that there isn't enough Terran here, that something is coming cross-map. In fact, he's just going to recall the Stalkers here. Expecting a Widow Mine drop, actually going for the surround on the Marines. Wait, it's only one Stalker? Did he miss micro that?
Well, he must have.
Wait, no, there's only one alive. That was the only Stalker he's got. He just worked another one. Oh, this is very awkward.
And he just doesn't have enough of anything to kind of take this fight correctly.
Yeah, well, if he mineral walks to the third base, he can get a surround on the Marines. Instead, the probe's kind of getting picked off. Now, luckily with the Oracle and the Phoenix here.
Oh, Liberator coming in too, and oh, what? This is an insane game.
Yeah, ByuN's coming in with a lot of aggression now. Cyclone, Liberator, and all these Marines. Now, there's no shield battery in the natural.
There is going to be an Immortal.
You got to go for this right now here as Classic. You got to focus down that Liberator. Eventually does get taken out, but at the cost of pretty much all of the Stalkers. The Phoenix not able to finish off the medevac there.
Yeah, the medevac too low to go back and pick up these Marines. More Marines inbound.
Man, what a wild early game.
This is like one of the coolest early games ever, honestly.
We're going into Cloak Banshees behind this too. The Oracle and the Phoenix are going cross-map. Oh, he might be able to find this medevac as well with these units. It's heading right in. Yep, medevac's going to get taken down there by the Phoenix. And the Phoenix, oh, if he goes into the main base, I think he just missed seeing the tech lab. If Classic catches wind, this is going to be Cloak Banshee as a follow-up. That's going to be huge for him. I don't think he just knows. Observer production is starting back at home. Okay, so he did see the tech lab. No shield battery in the main or the natural, so there is some potential for damage from the Banshee, but...
So is he going to try to push out with this again? I mean, he's got the stuff rallied in the middle of the map. Protoss is on a third base. Terran's taking his own third, so it almost feels like it'd be an anti-time. I mean, he's going to come out here. I mean, there's no medevac here.
Oh, force field could be so huge right there. Siege thing gets taken out. Cloak Banshee, it has to be going into the main base. Yeah, it's right there in the main. Probe's already pulled, though. Not that many workers going down, only 2 probes in total. Classic's playing a pretty clean game, and keep in mind, he has those Phoenixes on the map still. He can clean up that Banshee in the corner.
I mean, I'm a little bit stunned that ByuN pushed out in the middle of the map then. Uh-oh, gonna lose this Banshee too. Doesn't even kill the Sentry, unfortunately. I feel like there's counterplay coming up here for Classic.
Yeah,
I feel
Classic
like
is
ByuN's
in...
misplayed enough times. There should be some kind of an opening.
I think Classic's in a really good position. ByuN has basically no starport units again. This is kind of the theme today for ByuN especially, is having no starport units.
Yeah.
As he's still building Banshees right now. And I mean, we have Phoenix on the field. There's an Oracle on the field. There are observers being produced out of the robotics as well. So it's not like this is going to catch Classic completely off guard. He might not be expecting additional Banshees to come in. So there is that for ByuN. But also, he's already on 3 Nexus. Even if you pick off a couple of probes, I mean, it's going to get resaturated so quickly here as Classic. And on the back foot of this, yeah, you are getting some idle time, you are killing some probes, but eventually the Banshee's going to die. There are observers, there are Phoenixes. And this means you don't have medevacs being made back at home, you don't have any Vikings being created. There's no healing on the map for ByuN. It's just 2 Banshees, 2 tanks, and a fair number of Marines, so this Banshee's going to get traded out. But in terms of scaling, Classic is doing so well. He parries the Banshee on the left side, too. It was a little bit scary when the first Marine drop came into the natural expansion and Classic recalled the only Stalker that he had on the map. But
so wild.
But since then, the defense has been so on point.
Yeah, the Oracle's going to try to come in, stun these SCVs if he can. ByuN knows what to do. He baits out the stun with his 1 SCV and goes right back to mining. We got 4 bases right now for Classic. He's continuing to develop. Did we have the carrier tech? We changed tabs here. I was about to look for it.
No, it's just Colossus and Ground.
Well, he's getting 1 Stargate now, so
second Stargate, yeah.
He might be going for those carriers again. I'm curious to see if ByuN will emulate what Maru did, or maybe this is what everybody's doing right now. I don't know, you know.
I mean, the meta is developing so fast, especially with the new patch, but it does certainly seem like a lot of these Korean Protoss players, especially Classic and Stats, seem to have a very similar read on how to play matchups right now.
Right.
I mean, their PvZ games looked not exactly identical, but very like cousins, basically.
A lot of the same ideas, yeah.
Sharing many of the same ideas. I wouldn't be surprised if they've been working together to try and come back. You know, 2 players that have been struggling a little bit since returning from military service, playing similar styles to great success now in the first season of GSL this year. And it is going to be those carriers. First one in production, second Forge being created as well as Classic's just continuing to macro up. Now, the big difference between this and the game against Maru is that ByuN's economy is very small. His upgrades are quite delayed, and he's really lacking on the starport units. You know, he traded out those medevacs early to go for drops. He followed that up with, I think, 3 Cloak Banshees, which, although they did get some probe damage done, means that there aren't Vikings on the field. There aren't a lot of medevacs on the field. ByuN's army is mostly just bio and tanks on the ground right now, and with the force that Classic is slowly amassing while he's taking the gold base, I'm not sure ByuN is going to be able to scale as well as Protoss will here. I think he might be just a little bit too far behind.
It seems like it's the same problem that we saw ByuN in before, where there was just like enough stuff out here that there's no way for ByuN to keep expanding and growing, right? Like, you can kind of just keep this position with the Colossi and Stalkers and hold your ground, and they can't really come out and attack. If they attack you, kind of kite away and deal damage. If they overextend you, force field them and punish. And you don't even have to really attack in. And then behind that, we just see this carrier fleet amassing.
Mothership as well. And ByuN isn't building a 4th command center. He's instead throwing down 3 more barracks. Scan comes through. Looking for an obs there, but I don't think he knows just yet that Classic is going for this transition, and ByuN is just basically going full bio. He's making a ton of Marines now, adding in a lot of barracks without any add-ons. I think he's just going to try and slowly power. Oh, there is a 4th command center. I completely missed this. All right, that makes a lot more sense with the macro down here for ByuN.
It's pretty fresh, but, you know, I mean, he's going to get it eventually, but is it too late?
Yeah, I think the maxed army for Classic is going to be so good. ByuN needs to get an engagement where he's able to get something like a 180-degree arc on the Protoss army.
And, you know, who knows? Maybe this map is so big, it's a disadvantage for Terran. Maybe it's hard to actually come out there and do that much.
Could be. That Stasis Trap really clutch right there in the middle. Is able to get a Ghost.
Yeah,
also,
nice
acts as a
EMPs.
Force Field. Now the carrier tech has been revealed. There aren't that many Marines up here in the front, so
yeah,
the carriers are training quite well. Even the Colossi, you can see them focus firing down the Marines in this fight. There's no anti-air left. It's just Colossi and carriers absolutely obliterating this. And now these units pop out of stasis and just get destroyed.
I mean, that could not have gone worse for ByuN. I'm surprised Classic's not pursuing further. I guess he's going to fly into the main, do a big warp in, and then probably hit the 4th or the 3rd. Does he know about the 4th? I don't know that he ever scouted that.
He might not know, but the 4th, if it is going to be around, I mean, it's going to be a planetary, right? So I think you just go for the 3rd here. You almost go for the throat.
That's a weaker point anyways.
Yeah. All right, attacking now into the 3rd base here is Classic. He's pushing up with these carriers. Warp Prison in the main.
Where is it?
It did go down to the turrets.
Yeah, so it's just 4 Zealots. That's pretty doable.
And I guess Classic's just going to remax right now on carriers. He has 6 on the field. The mothership, although it is done, it's not... Where is it, actually? It's been done for a minute, hasn't it? I think it's... I think it's been rallied onto a mineral line like a pro. That's my guess.
Yeah. Another scan comes down. Classic is just continuing to stay, you know, not overextended, generating threats. He's going to come up here to that 4th base now. It is actually... Oh, no, it is a planetary. Okay, for a second I was like, oh, is it an orbital?
That might be the mothership on the right side of the minimap going towards the main base.
He might want to recall everything into the main.
He might.
That actually could be a pretty cool way to end this game.
With an army like this one, too. Oh, okay, watch this. Getting caught out of position right now is Classic. Does have a good number of Templar. I'm not sure if Storm is ready just yet. Engagement coming in. EMP's actually on the Templar. Okay, Storm is done. Mothership entering the main base right now here for ByuN. We'll get a shot of it. Recall coming in. Is it going to finish in time? It will.
Sick.
All over the production right now. The Templar are fanning out. Only 1 Storm at the disposal, but keep in mind, Classic, if he doesn't like this engagement, he can just recall back home too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's so clumped. Double Storm right there, and all the Marauders. Marines now coming in. A second recall. And the Marines do get on top, so 1 carry is going to go down, but that's a lot of damage done.
ByuN is just getting wrecked. This is insane. I don't know that he's going to GG out, but like, it wouldn't be a bad idea, man. He is losing so much stuff right now.
I feel like the follow-up attack is just going to be so huge here for Classic. He's adding in another Stargate, another Robo. The upgrades are pumping. 22 SCVs in total have gone down. More gateways in production here, and Classic still has this massive bank. Rebuilding the mothership, getting air weapons, air attack. I think we're actually on double cybernetics core for air upgrades right now, which is not something you see very often, but it's working so well here for Classic. And ByuN, like the army that he has on the field, it's not going to get much better. He lost so many SCVs. He's down at 67. He's effectively on a 3-base economy because the main is almost entirely mined out. It might, in fact, be completely mined out at this point. And I think the 4th, or the 5th base, excuse me, is only just now coming online. It's a little bit of a slog for him to get back to max. Or as Classic as max and then some with a very high-tech army.
Okay, he's going to push up again. They're going to be right here in the middle. Again, it's a tough angle for Terran to take a good fight. The Protoss just have better range.
Oh!
Nice Storm!
What a Storm on the right side with a Warp Prism.
That was insane. He's going to keep pushing in.
I mean, the Ghosts are all falling right now to the carriers, the Interceptors. I think they probably should click them down. That was so much damage. Stalker's getting warped in here, too.
Another
these
great
storms are huge.
EMP comes down, and so he can't do any more storms on that. I think there's just not enough here for ByuN. Everything thins out. The carriers remain. And this push in here is going to wipe out this 3rd, and from here he can go probably up into the main. I think expect GG. There it is.
Wow.
Whoa.
What a game there from Classic.
That was very impressive.
I mean, ByuN just kept going for this early game harassment that completely floundered. The only drop that was moderately successful was the first Marines that came across the map and then the Cyclone follow-up.
Yeah.
But after that, there were Cloak Banshees, there were all these drops, and nothing really got much done. And then suddenly, Classic's on 3 bases, completely safe. He takes in the carriers, and ByuN kind of falls into the same trap that he fell into, I believe, against Hero, where he just wasn't able to scale at the same pace as the Protoss. And Classic shows the game plan that he had against Maru in their series. This time, working out. What a cool PvT style we're seeing from Classic here today.
Well, now we get to see how it works. I think we need to see way more aggro from ByuN. I think he cannot stay back. We've seen a couple games where he just sort of submits to the carrier tech. How do you stop carriers? Generally, the answer is you get in there and kill them before it happens. It's not a matter of like what counters what. It's like, well, you know, did you let the game drag on that much? Anyways, guys, we're going to go to Oceanborn for game number 2. Let's do this. Okay, ByuN in the top left, Classic in the bottom right.
And no proxies coming out on this one. I'm with you though, Tasis. I think ByuN has to be a little bit more aggressive and
yeah.
Not the harassment style of aggressive that we saw from him, because Stargate openings are generally really good at that.
Right.
The fact that you can make Phoenixes to just deal with any kind of Medivacs or Banshees that come out early, especially paired with the Oracle, as we saw Classic do, that +1 Immortal is so hard to get any damage done with the very early harassment options that Terran has.
Right.
But it's the kind of thing that could be vulnerable should ByuN go for it. I know this sounds like kind of caveman Terran, but like say he went for a 3 racks, right? It just comes in with a big
he's done that
timing.
before. I mean, I think that's, you know.
At the highest of levels, it's not the kind of play that works exceptionally well, but something that plays a little bit more bio-heavy and less finesse for ByuN, I think, is going to be the path to victory against the composition the Classic is running, because this starport play has just been so safe from Protoss. I mean, the fact that you can chase down all the starport units that Terran throws at you is just so clutch here for Classic.
You know, here's one thing to remember. He was actually kind of aggro in the last game, come to think of it. I kind of forgot because it was such a long game. But he did try to get in there and do that counterplay. It just backfired. Once he was in the middle of the map with a tank and Marines and no medevac, it's like, oh, okay, well, now you're going to lose all this and you don't have any path to recovery.
But I think it backfired because the harassment just didn't get the damage done. I mean, you think of all the starport time lost there for Terran, where he lost the first medevac, and then he went for 3 cloaked Banshees with a starport on a tech lab. They didn't get very much done. I don't even think they were worth really their cost, because the Phoenix and the Observers cleaned them up pretty easily. They got maybe 6 or 7 probes in total, which for 3 Banshees, you take that trade, especially as a 3-base Protoss like Classic was. And so ByuN, when he moved across the map right there with the Marines and the siege tanks, I don't think he had a single medevac with his army. It was just completely unsupported. Classic was able to catch him at the most inopportune time as Terran, where he could force field and even section off the siege tank at the very beginning of the fight. And things just didn't go well, but I feel like if ByuN goes for an opening, maybe do some very early harassment and then kind of pivot towards a timing attack as opposed to this continued repeated harassment that just keeps getting cleaned up.
Well, I just didn't feel like we saw that much of a plan from ByuN later on. You know, and again, what we know just from the Maru games, what you're supposed to do now, right? I mean, you know, that wall of turrets and teching up into Vikings with mass SCVs to repair apparently is the way to do it.
I mean, even 3CC is pretty good against it, you know? You just kind of play the macro game up there with the Protoss. It's just that isn't really ByuN's style.
Yeah.
The Robo and Stargate play that Classic is bringing to the table seems specifically extra good against what ByuN likes to do, because he is so aggressive, because he likes those finesse plays with Hellions, with Widow Mines, with Medevacs.
Just puts the shade under there so he can't land, just to buy a little bit more time. He's going to go for this drop now. And we saw this before. Hellions, 3 Hellions moving out. Marine drop coming in here. Will all these Marines be sacrificed so that the Hellions can be picked up later on?
Oh, Classic actually scouts the Hellions right there with the Adepts, and that messes his timing up for ByuN quite a bit.
Well, the Oracle's going to come in here and get kills.
Oh, yeah, there's no Cyclone out back at home. There's actually no anti-air in the main base of ByuN whatsoever, but this drop here is commencing at the natural expansion of Classic. There is a shield battery and 2 Stalkers. Maybe not the best SimCity for defending this harassment, but it should be enough. Oh, he fully walled that off, so the Hellions can't even join.
That was a great play. The Oracle's going to be picked off. The Medevac's going to be driven out. he can cancel that gateway there, yeah, just like that. And everything's back to normal. Really good handling here from Classic.
Yeah, it didn't take too much damage. Still 8 workers ahead. Losing the Oracle is a little bit painful on the other side of the map, but all things considered, ByuN went for this really aggressive opening and wasn't able to get the harassment done that he even got done against Hero on Oceanborn in that earlier series. And now he's coming through with this push. I like this a lot with the Liberator. Marine Cyclones coming in.
Well, we were talking about this is, this is probably what he needs to do. He could try to set up a little, oh, hold on a second. He's going to push it now. The Phoenixes are going to come down.
It's a great angle right now for Classic, too. Just out of range of the shield battery, though, but he just gets the Liberator. Micro's right back.
Loses the Phoenix. Has one more here, still trying to do damage to that medevac. It's got a lot of energy on it. If he could possibly pick this off, it'd be huge. Oh, the Phoenix is so low. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
2 hits away from taking that thing down.
Is Classic too far out now?
Oh, and the Phoenix comes back for the kill and doesn't get it. Instead, it gets picked off, and ByuN's just going to go home and lick his wounds. But that was a pretty favorable trade, all things considered.
Beautifully done.
Phoenix count gets reset. A couple of gateway units went down there for Classic. And if you're playing this Stargate style as Classic, you really don't want to make any more Phoenixes than the first initial Phoenixes. You want to start spending all those minerals, all that gas, into getting your upgrades and getting your Colossus tech online. So the fact that Classic now feels it necessary to make at least one more Phoenix, potentially even a second, as we'll see if he makes that decision. It's expensive here for kind of a vulnerable time where Protoss wants to get these other things going on their side of the map. So really big win there for ByuN. Classic actually very ambitious moving out like this. He's going to lose another Phoenix just for one Cyclone.
Yeah, I mean, the damage keeps getting distributed kind of onto everything, and that's always bad because then nothing dies. So a bad engage there from Classic. I got to say, definitely like a better-looking game overall here for ByuN.
Yeah, this kind of aggression, a lot better than the more harassment-focused approach that he went for in game number 1. Because once you break the back, or even create some kind of setback here for Protoss player that's trying to go for Phoenix Colossus opening like this, it's really hard for them to kind of get that momentum going. It's a build that is very effective if it's uninterrupted, but once it does get interrupted, it becomes exponentially more fragile.
Right. So we're going to see that accumulation of Colossi. I think it's going to be tougher for Pokes to come out here for Classic. But let's see. Actually, no. Once again, ByuN going to be on the move. I like it. Is he going to wrap around the bottom and try to hit this third base? I got to say, it's actually not easy in this spot that we're looking at on screen to get any kind of setup where you can hit that base. The low ground and high ground is pretty pushed out. There's no like rocks to kind of hide behind. Maybe just the very bottom, just south of the screenshot we had on there.
We'll see what angle he goes for. Now, 2 Ravens means that there should be interference matrix here for ByuN.
Yeah, and the fact that we're already at the Protoss' base is usually a bad sign. A lot of times you will come out and try to bait out the interference matrices just to run back.
Classic does have a really strong army.
No stim yet. Does feel weird to see any. Maybe that was a fake, but it doesn't seem like you can push it all without stim. You know.
Maybe if you have a higher siege tank count, but sitting only at 1.
Yeah.
You know, all that production time was spent on Hellions. That, and the end didn't get too much done. Classic now going to take his 4th base, ByuN macroing at home. Not sure if he has the 4th command center underway just yet. Instead, adding her in the armory. Continuing his upgrades. 5 barracks here for ByuN. And it does feel like ByuN is slowly inching his way closer and closer to a timing attack, but Classic is starting to grow really rapidly on the other side of the map. He's even getting the Fleet Beacon, the 2nd Stargate, adding in additional gateways.
Stim going to finish up here, but I don't know if there are opportunities to try to attack out. It feels like by the time he gets there, all those gates are going to be done. There's going to be so much that can be warped in. And we are going to see the eventuality of the carrier tech here. We're seeing the air weapons upgrade get made, a 2nd Stargate coming as well.
Ooh, a lot of damage right there on that Raven. Air weapons now coming in. More shield batteries getting warped in here for Classic as he's playing a really slow defensive style, going into Tempest now. Curious about the starport unit count here for ByuN. He's still on medevac production. Yeah, it's not a lot. There's only 1 Viking on the field in totals, too, so these Tempests are going to get a lot of value. We'll see if ByuN's able to get the engagement he's looking for. Classic kind of fishing to try and get one of these Ravens. Not able to take it down, though. No Ghosts in this army, so those 2 sentries should be able to get their force fields off once the engagement commences. And actually, Adept's being warped in over here on the other side of the map. You don't see that very often.
Well, you know, it's funny. It's not a bad idea, to be honest. I mean, he can actually kill off a lot of SCVs. It's not like ByuN has that many bases to work with. Another 3 come in. Or sorry, Zealots this time, not Adepts.
6 SCVs in total going down.
Can ByuN actually get in here? It looks like Classic's really out of position.
Yeah, but this army for ByuN actually looks very small.
Yeah.
All right, Interference Matrix coming in. Actually gets one of the Tempests, too. So all the Colossus are out of the equation right now. The Force Fields are good at splitting the Terran army, and Classic just trying to buy time, warping in Zealots here as a meat shield on the left side.
I mean, I feel
all of the Colossi are going to survive.
Yeah, he just sort of sidestepped that. Again, a pretty tiny army, all things considered. I think that now is going to be the counterpunch here from Classic. I think he can actually move out on the map. Now, there's no 4th base for ByuN, by the way.
Yeah, it's still in production, I think, over there at the 3rd. He still hasn't lifted it to the 4th base location. Carrier production is now commenced for the Protoss player, and I wouldn't be surprised if Classic just worked his way up towards a maxed army again and then try to hammer down the 4th base.
Right.
I mean, that was such a big win for Protoss. Anytime you take an engagement in the mid-game like that, or I guess we're now entering the late game very quickly here, as Protoss is taking up so quickly, but you take an engagement like that, and you lose the gateway units, and you retain all of the high-tech units, you are very happy.
Oh, yeah. No, you're always happy to throw away the Zealots and the Stalkers if you can. They're almost there to die so the other units don't. Another little Adept drop comes in here. Just anything to keep Terran busy. We don't have the 5th base yet for Classic, but I'm sure that's going to come.
I think right now he's more focused on just getting this production going in terms of carriers. He wants to build an army that is going to be able to really levy a lot of pressure on a ByuN, but actually it's ByuN who is moving across the map right now at 182 supply. I don't think we have an Oracle here for Classic. I would love to see him mix one in here with these Tempest. But still, this Skytoss army is looking really good. We have 2 more carriers that are going to join very soon. Right now, this might be the window for ByuN. Before these extra 2 carriers and the Mothership finish, Storm is also not done. This is a rare moment of vulnerability here for Classic.
Yeah, if it's going to be anytime, it's going to be now. He's going to try to move in here. The Colossi going to back up. The carriers don't have that many interceptors out. But Classic shuts it down and pushes it back, which means it's only going to get worse here for ByuN.
I mean, he just doesn't have the Viking count to really put a dent into the air army. It's just the Marines that he's relying on for the anti-air, but the Colossus count never got reset. Classic still has 3 Colossi up, and they're just absolutely shredding these Marines. They are melting them down. And that means that Classic just survived very easily that moment of vulnerability. Soon he's going to be max. He's going to have the Mothership plus 2 air weapons. He's going to have Storm. He's taking a 5th base.
By the way, we have with the Mothership coming out, I don't think this is a map where you could just recall into the main. Just due to the way it's shaped, it seems like organically the 2nd base and the 3rd base kind of cover for that. So.
It could be something like we see Classic move towards the natural expansion and then recall over to the 4th.
Oh, that's
or
a good
vice
point.
versa.
Yeah.
But even just having the Mothership there for Time Warp is so useful in a situation where Terran, most of their anti-air in this situation is on the ground. The Viking count is very low. I mean, I guess we're at 11 now. We're going up to 14. Keep in mind, Maru, I think, was close to 20 in his game against Classic, where he was playing the control game. And ByuN is only just now reaching the teens in that number. He's going to move across the map again. 3-3 timing here for ByuN. 4 command centers in production, by the way, so he is gearing up for the late game. But Classic's kind of been able to assemble all the pieces in his puzzle. Mothership here, too. Time Warp should get thrown down. Storms as well. The Cloak is coming in.
Yeah, the Mothership right now actually doing a pretty good job of
tanking. There was no scan. There was no detection there for ByuN.
I can't believe it.
All he just got is a scan go down.
He's like, how much does he have? Oh, God, I got to run away.
That was insane. There was no scan there, right? I mean, I can't believe that. That engagement was so good for Classic.
I almost didn't even realize there was no scan because I've taken for granted that you're scanning there. And I was like, man, I even said the Mothership is tanking pretty well. And then I'm like, oh, that's because it's the only thing you can see.
And it was far enough back that a lot of the bio couldn't even hit it. And now Classic on 189 supply of Skytoss with +2 air weapons. And look at how many storms he has in the back, too. Those are 5 very high-energy Templar coming in. Ghost Academy even gets focused down to the 3rd. I think Classic's going to the final match to face Maru.
Yeah, what a game. I mean, ByuN, he put up a really good fight, but at the end of the day, Classic just seems to have an answer to this matchup. And so we're going to be having Classic versus Maru.
Yeah, it's going to be a rematch. Maru was able to take the 2-1 victory as ByuN is hanging on for dear life right now, lifting the 3rd base command center. But He's on 7 Marines, 5 Ghosts, and what, 2 Vikings trying to fend off this force? I mean, a million universes, I don't think there's a single one where you actually stop this army. Here is ByuN.
Oh my God, some more storms coming down here. I think at this point in time, ByuN just processing the loss. Man, you know what Classic's doing, it just seems like you have to figure out how to kill the Protoss before they get this far along.
I mean, Maru was able to showcase how to do that in his series against Classic earlier, but against ByuN's specific aggressive style,
GG.
Classic just able to withstand the storm. And that was a pretty convincing win here for Classic. I mean, you can really show why he is playing this style. It is rock solid against all but the best Terran players in the world. I mean, ByuN kind of shaking his head.
It's got to be a frustrating way to lose.
Wow.
It's like, what do I do versus this? Play like Maru. Just play like Maru. Okay, guys. Well, we've got one more best of 3 for the evening. ByuN is now out of this season. He's been eliminated. Maru, after losing in an upset to Hero, is going to be going up against Classic once more. We started the day out with Maru versus Classic. We're going to be ending on that, too.
Another TDP, man. 5 TDP series we're going to play today. Really deep dive into this matchup.
I love it.
Variety of different styles we're seeing from Classic and Hero. Guys, we're going to go to a break. When we get back, that final match to decide who's going to go to the round of 4. We'll see you soon.
My spirit's reborn, the eternal flame, it calls it shaking my core, and it's gonna get loud. Can't believe what is not true. How could I ever
Go ahead and take all your winnings, but one thing that you got to know, this is only the beginning. You never know where you may go, so hold on to the highs while you're alright, 'cause you know you're gonna come down, just a matter of time, and you will find everything comes back around, comes back around, comes back around, back around, comes back around, comes back around. So hold on to the highs while you're alright, 'cause you know you're gonna come down, just a matter of time, and you will find everything comes back around. So hold on to the highs while you're alright, 'cause you know you're gonna come down, just a matter of time, and you will find everything comes back around, comes back around, comes back around, back around, comes back around, comes back around.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge.
Welcome back, everyone. The final TVP starts now. This is a rematch from how we started the evening out. Hours ago, Maru defeated Classic 2-1. It kind of christened the entire series with our first amazing set. We've had a bunch of games that have been incredible since then. The question now is, can Classic actually come back and defeat Maru? Or does Maru just have a handle on this matchup and once again get deeper and deeper into a GSL?
It seemed like Maru just kind of had the answer to this slower defensive style that Classic has been playing. And he plays it in kind of a unique way. We saw on Alcyone when he went for a really big control play, pulling, what, 10+ SCVs into the middle of the map to build turrets, to build sensor towers, to repair Vikings. And he was just kind of able to bounce from that position and basically take on all the extra bases until Classic walked into a nuke and died. I don't think we're going to see the nuke again, but even the nuke notwithstanding, I mean, Maru's game plan at dealing with Classic's very passive style was just exceptional. He was able to keep up tempo in terms of macro. He never really fell behind. He didn't fall into the trap that it felt like ByuN kind of did in terms of overextending with harassment or aggressive options.
Yeah. Well, ByuN's style, sometimes it just backfires. Like, in one game, he just had like 10 brains in a tank in the middle of the map. Well, that's not it. It just got killed off, and then he had to shrink into his base for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but we'll see. I mean, Classic has been looking stronger as the night's been carrying on, and Maru is fresh off of a defeat against Hero, so we'll see if there's some adjustments that perhaps Classic has made. Maybe Classic's going to be able to ride the momentum from the previous set into this one. Maru, you know, potentially the hands a little cold here as he had to wait for ByuN to get dispatched by Classic. And guys, we're going into the final match. Alcyone, map number 1, Maru versus Classic.
Okay, Maru in the bottom left, Classic in the top right. One other thing I wanted to mention, I was going to say it before the game, but we're already in the game now. The Maru is very good at changing it up in rematches of best of 3. It's a lot of times whatever data is thrown out from him doesn't really matter because he can change up his playstyle so much. I was almost wondering if he was going to do a proxy to start this off, but he didn't do it.
Could be something we see from him in this series, though. Maru's one of those players that has been through championship after championship and is not afraid to proxy, even on the biggest of stages. Ladder
anxiety, my only anxiety.
It's not my only anxiety, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Did you ever get ladder anxiety at all?
So this is funny, but when I used to play full time, I never had it whatsoever. But the first time I came back and started playing after having not played for a couple of years, I felt anxious because I was like, I'm losing to people that if I just kept playing, I would have been way better than
that's
in the
worst.
Past, you know? And
yeah, I've had it where I come back and I'm like, no.
I didn't have it to the point where it made me not play the game or not play ladder, but it did stress me out. I was a bit tilted.
What about tournament anxiety? Did you ever get that?
I got that really bad.
I got that so bad.
I got that very bad.
Oh my God.
I was one of those players
I was like a crazy person.
I was one of those players that, I mean, I was on a pro team. I was on a couple pro teams before, but when I was here in Prime, when Prime was competing in StarCraft 2 Pro League, I was one of those players that would do really well in the in-house ladder rankings where we do the private tournaments.
Right.
That would put me in a spot in Pro League, and then I would go to Pro League and just get completely smashed. I would get so nervous on stage. I don't know, I never got over that. Even today, because I play some other RTS games and I compete in tournaments sometimes just for fun, because I love RTS, you know, and I'm maybe a little bit too old now for StarCraft 2. Not as good as I used to be, but even now, like if I play against Marine Lord in a game, I'm going to be like, well, there's like a couple thousand people watching me probably lose here. This is going to suck.
This is not a good feeling.
So, I mean, it's something I can deal with, but I've never really been able to get over that hump. I think that's true for a lot of people. I think
you just get good at feeling anxious and playing well.
Yeah,
it's like you just kind of deal with that.
I mean, some people are just gamers too. Like they can just handle the pressure.
Yeah.
But even in StarCraft 2 nowadays, there are a lot of pro players that will perform really well online, and then they go to like an offline stage and they're like kind of struggle a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk to the GSL players here, you know, because we have a lot of the same people over and over. A lot of them say they just don't get nervous at all.
Yeah, but
because they've done it so many times.
But even then, it's, I mean, playing from home is so much easier. Remember, I think it was a GSL or two ago. It was during monsoon season when Gumiho played, and the trains got flooded. He couldn't come to the studio, and he won his group, and he apologized in his interview to the other players because he got to play from home.
Right.
And that is an advantage. You know, you're comfortable, no stage, no anxiety in that situation.
Right.
Anyway, pretty middle-of-the-road openings coming out for both these guys. Classic is going back to his bread-and-butter Stargate opening, this time with an Oracle, not a Phoenix, into a robotics facility. And Maru is playing quite passive himself, was able just to deal with the early game adept. Not taking too much damage, just a little bit of bruised on one Marine, and about as standard as it gets here in terms of opening. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Maru throw down a third command center after the second barracks at some point. Just play a bit more of a macro game. Now he is going to go for a Widowmine drop here. I'm wondering whether the Oracle is going to cross paths with that. They will be close on the bottom right side of the map. But if this goes unscouted, there is a pretty good chance that Maru is able to get something done with this.
Yeah, he is going to go by, does not get spotted. 2 Widowmines in the medevac. Marines slowly crawling across the map. A Raven being produced. And we really need to watch where the Widowmines go and how well they perform here to tell how well this whole thing is going to go.
Instantly gets spotted there by Classic. Nice reaction time. Maru's going to burrow and try and buy as much time as he possibly can here in the main base.
Yeah, a pretty good move, honestly. To leave one and just keep burrowing and unburrowing and just basically buy out enough time. We've got the Oracle coming in here and already getting a couple kills on these SCVs. I don't see anything to defend at all right now. He might have to chuck an auto turret down, yeah, just to try to drive this out. But of course, the Oracle could just switch to the main.
I am shocked at how much damage these Oracles been getting done in PvTs today. And look at this, there's no he's not even pulling the SCVs away. There's no response from Maru. 8 SCVs in total going down, almost 9. I gotta start opening Oracle.
I'm looking. What's weird, right?
We rarely see it.
We know that they get this unit. So a decent amount of kills there. 8 SCVs wiped.
I mean,
compared to the 1 probe killed there.
So much better than the Widowmine opening that Maru went for. I mean, Maru got a little bit more idle time, but 8 SCVs is 8 SCVs. That matters a lot more than just the idle time. And we actually have additional 2 barracks coming down here for Maru, so he is not gunning for that third base. Instead, going to be Interference Matrix, a second Raven, Siege Tanks in production, and probably a +1 stim timing here on 2 bases. Now, we have seen Classic defend these kind of pushes quite well so far today against ByuN, but I don't think any of the builds that ByuN went for were going to converge on a point like Maru's is in terms of power. This is going to be a little bit stronger than the pushes that Classic had to deal with in the past, but
yeah,
so far the early game for Classic has been really good. And oh my goodness, catching these 2 Cyclones too.
Yeah,
they
almost got it. Oh,
they almost got the Oracle.
That was sick. Yeah, I was going to say, I was so confident he was going to get that. So yeah, there's going to be a lot. It's going to pack much more punch when it's time to finally move out here. It is going to be hitting as the third base is finishing for Protoss. So there should be an organic vulnerability here as Maru's powered up and Classic is focused on growth. The growth won't have kicked in yet for Classic as the push comes out.
Yeah, no third base at all here for Maru. He is heavily invested in this
I actually thought
attack.
This is what ByuN's play was going to look like, to be honest, today.
Yeah, me too. I think I like this style of approach a little bit more than the harassment style that ByuN went for, especially in game 1 of that series. But at the same time, Classic is really building up an army that is good against this. This is only 2 siege tanks. Maru perhaps respecting the Phoenix a little bit too much, and the Colossus count is going to be 3, I think, by the time Maru gets cross-map with Thermal Lance. I think I might have even seen Maru, or not Maru, but Classic Q +1 air weapons there, as he does maybe not know
I think
this is coming. He has the Fleet Beacon in production.
I think he's playing like this is the previous game, and this is not. This is going to be a hit that is going to possibly be a fatal blow for Classic. He's going to gun down. Oh, well, he almost guns that down. The stun remains.
Siege tank there with the scan should be able to take it out. It's a scary time right now for Classic. Maru is stimming forward. 2 siege tanks immediately get taken out. Or Colossi, excuse me. But the shield battery is doing a lot of work right here, repairing in the front. Maru eventually to be able to focus fire it down, but that was a really expensive trade, and he didn't get too much done for it.
All 3 of the Colossi are still here. Reinforcements are coming, but Protoss has what Protoss needs right now.
Still, there isn't a lot of support for the Colossi. Yes, the Colossi are alive,
But how do you get the Stalkers in range to deal with the Vikings? Maru is going to slowly encroach this position. There is no more battery overcharge. It's really just the Colossi here for Classic, and as Maru starts to tighten his grip in the sky and inch closer and closer, especially with turrets and bunkers. While the initial fight was really good for Classic, the staying power here for Maru is intense.
There's 2 Tempests about to come out here. Right now, there's Liberators being made. I think ideally you'd want to have some more Vikings to try to, hard counter the Tempest in that number. The push is going to come back out again. The damage is basically being evenly spread on each of the Colossi, which is never good. But the Stalker count gets too low. The Tempest comes out, but I think Terran has too much.
I mean, the Vikings alone can deal with the Tempest at this stage. No overcharge even. One of the Tempests is going to get picked off there by the Vikings. And there just really isn't any support for the Colossi. This army that Classic has on the ground right now, it cannot break this position. It's good at defending against ByuN, but the siege tanks with the bunkers, especially with the Viking support, I'm not sure how Classic is going to be able to breach this. And I mean, even the Vikings coming here on the right side, you can't mine from that base. And Maru has the better 2-base economy right now.
Yeah. I wouldn't even mind seeing Maru trying to drop into the main here. He's going to come down. He's going to wipe out this base over here. All Maru has to do now is make a 3rd command center and play from ahead.
I don't even know if he needs a 3rd command center. I mean, he's throwing it down. We can see that on the mini-map, but there is a chance that Maru could just go for a killing blow right now.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, the Tempests are trying to get some damage in here. The Vikings can come out and start to hit that. Again, the Tempests can retreat to the safety of the Stalkers.
Not all of the Vikings are here together, and actually Maru's going to try and get out of this position.
He's basically just going to have some of the Marauders stay. They get killed off. Everything else gets to escape.
Yeah, and the 3rd command center is already done for Maru. He's going to lift this up, start mining, way faster than Classic will on his 3rd base, as the Nexus only just now goes down.
And he could probably wind up for another attack in a second here.
I think so. Classic is going to have to rely really heavily on the Tempest to try and get something done. He's going for +2 air weapons. 2 more Tempests are coming out. But the ground army here for Protoss is very weak. On a 2-base economy, you cannot support a lot of gateway production and also the 2 chrono-boosted Stargates pumping out Tempest at this rate.
Yeah.
So up until that 3rd and 4th base get running here for Classic, it's really just going to be the high-tech units that he's relying on. And so if Maru comes again with another timing, it could be very deadly here for Classic, but for now, Maru is content to play ahead. And 2 more Tempest. How many does he have on the map right now? I mean, it must be so high, the count. He's making 2 more. He's going to go up to 9 Tempest here.
Yeah, another attack in over here. I mean, it is possible for Classic to recover from this.
Oh, yeah, I think he has a good chance, but...
Well, now you could see, I mean, he's going to be forced to pull back here. It really makes you appreciate how slow Tempests are, by the way. Moments like that where he sets that up. So Maru's going up onto 4 bases. He's got enough Vikings that, like, he can basically take the Tempest head on. Maybe he needs a little bit more Vikings, but he's getting close.
I think not anymore. I mean, there are so many Tempests on the map right now.
Yeah, he might need to actually get a 2nd starport down here.
It just started producing Vikings, I believe. So we do have a good number, 15 in total to the 9 Tempests. Again, I feel like Classic should be mixing in Oracles with these compositions. They pair so well with the Tempest.
I know. Well, if you could just tag the units, you know what you're up against. Like having a little mini map hack here.
I feel like he would be able to take much better trades here against these Vikings, but for now, just stutter step micro. One of the Tempests do fall, but the Vikings are taking a real big beating. Overcharge right here in the front.
Okay, he's going to hit that 1 Colossus. It barely lives. That's insane.
I mean, the Tempests are doing their job. They are dealing with the Vikings for now. It's 14 Vikings to 7 Tempests, but as that Viking production continues, eventually there's going to be enough. Then Classic's army beyond the Colossi doesn't really have any staying power in terms of overall damage. It's basically just Colossus Tempest at this stage. I wouldn't even mind Classic starting to mix in, maybe more Blink Stalkers or getting in some carriers, because the pure Tempest, especially without an Oracle, eventually the Vikings are just going to be better at fighting. It is kind of the same dynamic as a Corruptor, is the anti-air unit is going to win this situation eventually. They just have a little bit more firepower.
Well, Maru continues to grow. He's going to reach out onto that gold base. and it's a different game than what they played before, but there's a lot of the same ideas. The dilemma for the Protoss is it's harder to take any bases closer to the middle, and the middle has a lot of the high-value bases to begin with.
Maru stimming forward. That is a lot of Vikings right now. One of the Colossus is going to get taken out. Battery overcharge again over here on the right side. Second Colossus falls. There's only 2 Colossus remaining.
Yeah, now just one more north of this. The Viking count is so high, I don't think the Tempest can hang.
No, they can't. A lot of them getting picked off right here. This has been a big win for Maru thus far as the Siege Tanks and the Marauders coming in. And the start of this fight, Classic had the better army supply, but Vikings are the answer.
Yeah, clearly GG. Maru takes the first game. And, I got to say, I don't often see Vikings like one-shot Tempests or Colossi, but today is that day, apparently. Again, Classic, it's funny. Versus ByuN, he looks untouchable. Versus Maru, it looks like it's a bad technique.
Well, it felt like every single game he played against ByuN, you count the starport units, and they're dismally low. And then you go against Maru, and he adds the second starport really quickly. He's reactoring out Vikings nonstop. His army on the ground, he had almost no bio at the end of that. It was just a small group of units, a couple of siege tanks left over from the earlier push. He was investing so many resources in just expanding his economy, getting his upgrades, getting his Vikings. And Classic was so reliant on the Tempest that as soon as they get countered by the Vikings, especially because he can't kite them across the map, everything just completely falls apart. There's no more DPS.
It was pretty crazy. It's also like, oh, actually, our game's going to start. I'll talk about that in a second. Guys, this is game number 2, Maru versus Classic. The best of 3 continues on. Maru beat Classic the first time. Question is, can Classic come back in the revenge match? So far, not looking like it. Maru wins 1 more game. He moves on. Classic has to win 2 more, and he will advance to the round of 4. Okay, in the bottom right is Maru, and the top left is Classic. What I was going to say before the game started is that a lot of times, like, you're making this unit, and they're going to try to counter that with this unit, but then you're ready to counter that thing with this. What's funny is the way Maru approaches the Colossus play is to just start to bank Vikings, and that counters both the Colossus and the Tempest. So it's like this funny situation where it feels like whatever Classic appears to think that he's getting ready to counteract, it's totally muted.
I feel like if Classic is mixing in Oracles, then he's going to take better trades against these Vikings. I feel like every single series he's going for this Tempest, he's not going for the late game Oracle.
Yeah, I agree with you, because if you can just tag, well, first of all, with an Oracle, once you tag something the first time, if you're good, you just keep tagging it for the rest of the game.
It's really hard to continuously tag Vikings because of their long range, but still, if you're just able to get vision of it, the fact that you can micro with the Tempest, I mean, that is where you get the value with the Tempest, is the long range. And the straight up fight,
well, also, then you know how much they have. Like you'll watch unless I guess you could go to like some crazy metagame stuff where then they don't have their Vikings merge up with the group for a little bit to give some false info. But normally you just see the Vikings kind of meet up, and then you could tell, okay, he's making 2 at a time, 4 at a time, 6 at a time. Just you have an idea of the tempo of the Viking development, and so you can try to match it or outdo it, or completely duck it and go to, I don't know, abandon the Tempest play for something else.
Yeah, but let's not forget that Classic in that push kind of got hamstringed by the early aggression on the 3rd base, and then the 4th base also went down. So it was kind of like he was trying to hold on with one hand behind his back. He was able to retain the high-tech units like the Colossi and the Tempest, but the economy wasn't there to eventually get Storm or mix in the Mothership, or, I mean, the Blink was really late there, and he didn't have the money for the Stalkers or the Gateway Explosion.
Right.
He didn't have the money to go into a Warp Prism and go for counter-harassment, so he just kind of got locked into this position where he just had to keep making Tempest to try and survive. I feel like if Classic is able to navigate the early and the mid-game a little bit better here in game number 2, if he wants to play the same style, then there is a chance that he's able to survive. And I don't think it'll look like him just amassing Tempests. It'll be a much more nuanced army with a lot of variety, a lot more counterplay against the Vikings. And that's the reason why his first series against Maru was so close, is because he was able to develop that way. But Maru in game number 1 already throwing a wrench in that system with the early siege tank push. Now here in game 2, going double gas with a late expansion. So looking to be shaping up for another game with relatively early aggression.
Yeah, this time it's going to be Phoenix's. Now, Maru with the 2-base play, I don't think he cycles that back in again in the best of 3. I feel like that's he went for the 2-base style because in their first game he went for 3-base, and so basically Classic wasn't ready. Now Classic didn't die to the push initially, but he lost his bases and Maru got the game to where it needed to be so he could close it out. So what does he do this time? Does he go back into the macro style again? You know, if we do have that eventuality of carriers, it does seem like Maru already knows how to deal with that. So he should have like all the tools necessary to hang.
I think we might have Maru actually going for a siege tank push again. He's making the Liberators. It's a very early tech lab on the factory.
Well, it's a much earlier push.
Yeah, absolutely.
If that's going to be it. So it's not going to be like a turtle 2-base power push. It's like almost a rush.
Right. We'll see, though. Classic has been kind of slow in taking his 3rd base, and I don't mean that in a bad way. He's doing it very safely. He's making sure that he has his robotics facility pumping out Immortals, getting the robotics bay, getting a pretty sizable army up before that 3rd goes down. He is not trying to rush it by any means, but that could be a good thing for him against Maru's play, especially considering he's already throwing down the robotics bay here on 2 bases. But this push for Maru has a lot of aggressive potential. Keep in mind, this was double gas before expansion, so it's going to hit faster than usual. The tech is, a step ahead of where it would normally be, and you can see that in the Workers tab, 45 probes to 30 SCVs, and here we go.
The boys have been pulled.
Viking production already begun, by the way, behind this, so we're going to have a Liberator, 2 or 3 siege tanks reinforcing.
Dude, is there anything Maru can't do? Oh my god. And you know it's bad when right as the attack's coming in, a Nexus starts. So he pumps the brakes for a second to let the SCVs catch up. The SCVs are here to soak the damage. The medevac is also here to hide the tanks in it, so suddenly you realize what you're in for here is Classic.
All right, that force field there. Oh man, those siege tank shots really valuable right at the beginning. The sentry already goes down. Stalker goes down as well. Ton of damage getting levied here, and Maru's just going to slowly push forward in this position. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him drop down a bunker.
Oh, I don't know if he should be going in with this when there's already a disruptor out here. This feels like a really bad overextension, and it's just these Immortals. One goes down, the other's going to fall in a second. The disruptor's going to come out, but I think it's too late. I think Classic should have waited. It's going to get unpowered.
Yeah, I think that might just be it. I mean, Maru just...
Oh, my God.
You're going to go for the same thing again, aren't you, Classic?
Yeah.
I know exactly what to do.
He's got a million different ways to kill a Protoss. Maru shelling this Nexus. I just don't think that there's mathematically, a number of units that Classic can muster to deal with this.
I don't think so, man. Maru shows us in the first series how to do it in the macro way, and here in the second series, does it with 2 base timing pushes. This one a lot more aggressive than the last. And Maru is going to go to another top 4. GG, Classic taps out.
Great game. Again, Maru reasserts why he is the GOAT. Now, look, he still could win this GSL.
Yeah.
There was a period where it's like, uh-oh, maybe Maru is going to get eliminated here. But again, only Hero can do that. They're not going to be facing each other unless it's going to be in the finals. But could we have a G8L?
Maybe.
An 8SL? How do we call this?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll let the people online decide that.
Yeah.
Maru did look really good, though, in the second series. And Classic, you see him shaking his head a little bit on stage.
Well,
the first series with Maru, it was epic. It was really close. But I think Maru is like, man, it's already almost 10:30. I want to go home. Let's speed run this thing. Cleans it up with some really tight timing pushes. I mean, the first one set the stage there in game number 1. It didn't end the game outright, but it put Classic in this position where he was just basically stuffing Tempest. Couldn't hold on. Maru knew it. Went for the follow-up push on, what is this, 5 bases? And just obliterates him with a Viking count. And then in game number 2, Classic, maybe a little bit lax there on the scouting, was expecting Maru to do something a bit more passive, and Maru hits with one of the strongest timing pushes you can possibly hit with. If you want to build to grind the ladder with, this is it in TVP. This thing is absolutely fierce.
Yeah, Maru's always been so good at having, like,
just looking at what somebody else is doing and going, oh, you're exactly weak at this moment. And this is the right number of SCVs to take. And this is what I'm not going to make just more medevacs. This is what I'm going to make this unit or that unit. Really impressive. I do think Classic could have handled that better. I think when you have a disruptor making you buy time, you don't attack in. Oh, go ahead.
All right, interview with Maru. Congratulations, Maru. He says thank you. Well, tonight's series, you've been playing a lot of TVP today. The final match against Classic. Your timings felt perfect in those two games. Was that prepared or was that on the fly? And Maru says it was a spontaneous decision in the second series to go for these timing attacks. So you already played against Classic in the first match and you rematched him in the final match. After the first match, did you get to figure out how to deal with his playstyle in PBT? What changes did you make in your approach? Maru's like, yeah, I basically found this solution and how to deal with a push, so that's why I went for the timing pushes there in the second series. The all-in play is that builds Kryptonite. So we just had a new patch. This is your first matches after the patch. How are you feeling about it? And Maru says that he feels like Widowmines have been nerfed a ton, but he hasn't gotten to play a lot of games on the new patch. So it feels like you were able to figure out that Classic is just going to kind of focus in on Colossi and Sky Toss here. How did you deal with that style? Maru says, well, when I found out that he's also going to mix in a bunch of carriers with that play, it's kind of a hard situation to deal with, so. Didn't actually catch the very end of that. They're asking now, you lost a hero 2-0. But you were smiling a little bit after you lost to him. What was your thought process there? And Maru was like, well, I just kind of admitted to myself he played better than me. He played really well in that series, so I just kind of laughed it off. Well, you made it to another semifinals, Maru. You're going to face the first place player from Group B. Who out of Group B do you want to match against? And he says he wants to play against Stats. He wants another TVP. And he does not want to play against Shin. That is who he wants to avoid. Well, Stats and I actually have been practicing a lot in practice games, and Stats have been defeating me in a lot of games, so I would like to actually beat him here on the tournament stage and get that redemption from practice. And Maru says, I have a tough path forward to the finals now that I have to face the first place player from the other group. So, also, I want to thank everybody here in the audience and watching online who stuck with us. It's been a long day. We appreciate you sticking with us all the way to the end. And cheer for me in the semifinals and finals. I hope to show good games for my fans, yada, yada, yada. But really an excellent day. I love that we got no mirrors, just nothing but TVP after a patch that was designed to focus on TVP, because the series were really exceptional. I enjoyed from start to finish, even the Maru 2-base plays. I love that. I mean, the range of games that we got today was just really fun to watch.
This is why Maru is so good. It's like he really is able to do all the things that you can do with Terran. Like, and no disrespect to Classic here, but like you see Classic kind of trying to get this one idea to this one shape to fit through every hole, where Maru is basically just kind of downloading it and figuring it out and looking at it from different angles, and it's cool.
Yeah, he said that in the interview. He's like, yeah, it wasn't something that I planned. It was just a build that I did on the fly because I basically figured out what the answer was to his style for the first series.
Okay, so that's going to be that. We have Hero and Maru. Maybe we get a Hero-Maru finals, by the way, and who knows, man, maybe Hero can once again come out on top.
Would be a lot of fun.
We're going to be back next week with Stats, Shin, Kier, and Gumiho.
Yeah, who are your favorites here in this group? Because Shin, he's been looking really solid. He's the only Zerg here in the top 8. I'm sad we don't have at least another Zerg along here with him, but he looked very good in his group.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, right? Like, we just have so many other Zergs that have always dominated the space. And Shin, formerly known as Ragnarok, by the way, guys, we've seen him for a long time. But it's like, yeah, now he's the only Zerg here. That's kind of wild.
I feel like Ragnarok has just been quietly getting really, really good over the past couple of years.
By the way, guys, if you want to come down, you have to buy the ticket online. So far, our studio has not filled up. I believe they let you buy it if you get to the studio on your phone, but ideally, buy it ahead of time. The closer we get to the finals, the more full the studio is. We're across the street from the fire department. They will not let us go beyond the capacity.
Yeah.
So I know many of you are flying in and out of Korea. This is like a big tourist destination. If you're going to come down to the GSL, buy it in advance. How much is it? It's like $5 or $10
it's
or something.
Cheap. They should be charging more, actually.
Yeah.
This show is too good.
That's right. Tickets are $40. Leave the money at the caster desk.
That's our Patreon.
That's right.
But yeah, the finals probably going to sell out. I mean, it is the GSL finals.
The finals always sell out.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we're going to put some more chairs in here, but it is still a small studio, so
yeah,
get those tickets as early as you possibly can. And before then, we have next week on Thursday, same time, same place, 6:30 p.m. KST.
Yeah.
We're going to have the round of 8 for Group B, which should be also a lot of fun. I think Shin and Cure are probably my favorites to advance from that one, but Stats has been looking really good. It's going to be a fun day.
Stats is kind of fun to have him back here, and it does seem like we're having a lot more Protosses try this like more conservative, passive style. So maybe he can.
Everybody but Hero. He's still.
Yeah, Hero's still doing crazy
He's a
stuff. Caveman.
I love him.
Yeah, he's our Ooga Booga Protoss god.
He just wants to kill
He's our Ooga Booga Protoss king.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's all the time we have, guys. Thank you for joining us. We love you. Have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Bye-bye.